Hello, Lori. Good morning.
Good morning, Mindy. How are you?
Good afternoon. Hello, Dr. Voci. He's in Chicago. It's 11 a.m. there. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's 10:45 there.
Correct.
We have to get all acclimated here because people are joining from different time zones.
Yes, this is so exciting. All this work, and here we are today, ready to go.
Well, welcome everybody to the pre-event. Lori Svensson is an integral member of our planning committee, and she will be telling you about this pre-event and what we have a surprise for you.
Yeah, this is really exciting to be here today. We see a lot of people joining us right now, so we're going to give them a few minutes to get settled and everyone to get logged on, and then we're going to get going with our video that we're really excited about.
It's quite special. We have 3 inspiring, special, resilient Yoga Moves MS students, and they're sharing their story with us today.
Yeah, this entire program is really going to be outstanding. We just have so many wonderful speakers today, and I know I'm really excited about it.
I can barely sit. We might need to do some yoga and breathing soon.
Yeah, that would be great.
So it is a longer day. You want to take some breaks, move around a little bit, do a twist. We'll talk about that as we get into the program.
I'm a little unable to see. It looks like we have a lot of people joining, which is really exciting. It looks like we're going to have a large group today, which is awesome.
Someone just asked, hi, can everyone hear? That's actually Laureen, and she is our guru, tech guru. And so please answer her questions so we know that you can hear us. And we have 2 participants raising their hands. So that means they can hear us. Yay!
Wonderful. So Mindy, you let me know when we want to get rolling with the video.
I do think we want to start soon because we have a lot going on today and we want to keep on time.
Right. If you'd like me to start now, I can get going, or you want to wait a couple more minutes or seconds?
I think we should start. It's 11:49 Eastern time, and we said we'd start our program formally at noon. This video will be available. Someone's asking how they can see everyone. Oh, for a webinar, unfortunately, we see your names, but we do not see everyone except the presenter and speaker. There's going to be literally over 500 people have registered for this event, and we would love to see all of you, and we want to know where you're all from. So definitely you'll start to put that in the chat for us. Danielle is saying she can't get in. Oh, Tracy to host. Danielle can't get in. Why can't she get in? Can you help, Danielle?
Okay, well, I'm going to get started then, Mindy. Does that work?
Yep, I think you should get started.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Lori Svensson. I am a Yoga Moves MS student, as well as one of several organizers for this event today. We're so excited to have you here and welcome you to our pre-event for the Yoga Moves MS Holistic Health and Wellness Forum for MS. Today, we have 3 amazing and inspiring Yoga Moves students who will be sharing their stories with you. And when I say amazing, they're amazing. What is special about these students is their resiliency and the action they take every day to improve their lives, as well as motivating those around them. As you listen to their stories, we hope they inspire you to live your life with purpose and gratitude. Now, we welcome the inspirational stories of Adam, Liz, and Vina. Namaste.
Thank you, Lori. I see we have Scotland on. Yay! Thank you, Scotland, for letting us know. This is very exciting. Welcome to Yoga Moves MS. I'm Mindy Eisenberg, and 16 years ago, I founded this community to bring the transformative powers of yoga to those like my mother who live with MS. I could never have imagined how enriching this path would become. I invite you to hear the inspiring journeys of 3 Yoga Moves MS students, Adam, Vina, and Liz. You will learn of their resilience amid pain, of their joy in being members of this mighty group, and of their courage to show up and look for the good in the face of adversity. They are the pillars of hope, healing, strength, compassion, and possibility. Many of you know that Yoga Moves MS provides adaptive yoga and learning opportunities for individuals impacted by MS. But what you might not know is our secret to success. Our jewel in the lotus blossom is our students' own ability to cultivate beauty while living with MS. At any given moment, a Yoga Moves member receives and gives support to another member of the community.
I just try to take each day step by step and think about, okay, how can I make this good? I will be the best chair dancer there is, so I try to focus on what's there and not think about the past.
That's how I work. If I set my mind to something, that's it. Like, it's gonna happen.
So when I send a text like good morning or hope you have a great weekend, that sort of thing, it makes me smile to think that maybe they smiled reading that.
I was diagnosed with MS about 2 years ago, June 17th, 2019. I'll never forget that date because it changed everything for me.
I was diagnosed in 2011, December, about 10 years ago.
I was diagnosed back in '91.
I went from walking to not walking in 5 months.
I was a girl who could remember everything, and suddenly I couldn't remember.
I started having some difficulties with my legs walking. I now use a wheelchair out in the community or long distance, as well as I have an electric scooter.
I noticed when I was working, I would be walking in and out of the shop and I would have to start touching the trucks a lot just because I felt like I was leaning towards something.
I was trained as a physician. I stopped doing that because of cognitive issues. I also used to be a dancer. I love dancing. Can't really do that anymore.
This MS is not very fun. It doesn't happen often, but at times I do cry.
I had to get through what I've called it was a grieving process. I had to go through the grieving process of my own life. I lost everything that I had known before.
I've had MS for about 9 years, and everything was going steady, but then it was a sudden progression. Really fast. I couldn't walk very well at all. My balance was getting worse. My incontinence was getting worse. I didn't realize how hard it would be.
I found out about Yoga Moves from my physical therapist at U of M. Jess is like, hey, this might help you. She gave it to me. And I just put it up on my little whiteboard for a while and didn't do much with it because I wasn't there yet. I wasn't ready for that yet. So it was up there for a couple weeks and then I just decided, you know what? I got nothing to lose.
My neurologist had recommended it a couple years ago. Before I really had very many symptoms, I thought, there is no way this body is doing yoga. There is no way. And then a couple years ago, the PT that I worked with suggested it, specifically with Yoga Moves MS. So I thought I'd go and give it a try, and I did, and then I was hooked from then on.
I was so sleepy right before that. Like anytime we would say something, I would start falling asleep. And then she put me in this pose. And suddenly I came out after like 5-10 minutes and I felt re-energized. I was amazed at how that happened.
I hopped on there one day and everyone was super welcoming. And so I started doing it and it helped immensely.
It wasn't necessarily the yoga, but it was the people. They were all super positive, and in my mind, getting out there and getting things done, getting life done, not just sitting home because you have MS. You're still out in the community, you're still out trying to get healthy. The yoga itself, I was surprised that I could do as much as I could, especially with the modifications as well as the assistance from the instructors that are trained very well and have a lot of experience with people with MS.
Yoga helps a lot. It helps in many different aspects. One with stretching your muscles. Like I use the breathing a lot. So I feel like it helps in many aspects.
Doing all those twists and side bends were great for me. Like that's probably one of my favorite things to do, just to try to loosen that up. And I know I'll probably do it multiple times sitting here. I always will just do this just to try to soften it up some. But those are huge. And the community itself was just great. It just opened up a whole different world for me. People, like-minded people going through the same things, because it's what we need.
It has impacted me greatly, physically, but most importantly, emotionally, because it's like a community of people kind of in the same boat. We all are a little bit different, but we all understand that we have good days and not so good days.
February of this year, I just decided that I was gonna go on a road trip, a solo road trip out to Montana to actually get a tattoo done. Now that I was able to drive again, I was gonna do it. So I left and it just turned into so much more. It was soul cleansing just to be out there on my own. I was doing like marches as I was driving just to like keep them moving a little bit, just keep them moving somewhat.
I just try to focus on what is good that day, or what can I do that makes me happy that day. Something as simple as I love the color yellow, so I got a yellow quilt for my bed. Just find other ways to find happiness or joy in the moment or the day.
So my husband puts alarms on my phone every 2 hours to do exercises. Because I forget otherwise. My fatigue has improved. I think I'm getting stronger day by day. I haven't read a book in maybe 10 years because of being sleepy or can't concentrate. And I was finally able to read a 300-page book, so I was so happy.
Parents have been great. I had to move back in with them. My mom drove me to every appointment that I had until I could drive again.
I don't know what I would do without Harold, my boyfriend, who I live with. And he has made living with some difficulties so much easier.
He is so important, my husband. I don't know what I would do without him. Every little thing he does for me is so good. And also this one.
Our relationships are woven into a resilient web. We are interconnected and we help each other grow. You've heard our inspiring students tell their powerful stories of Vina, Liz, and Adam, their quest for living, their indomitable spirit. Now, please join us. Come be a member of the Yoga Moves MS community and create your story. Oh my goodness, I'm so proud of them. Am I on? Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. Oh, Dr. Gretchen's on. I see you. Yay, yay, yay. All right, this is so exciting. And I want to start by just thanking our beautiful students. You are so inspiring, and the inspiration is infectious. So thank you, because we're going to spread it all over the world today and beyond. So I'm Mindy Eisenberg. Welcome to the virtual Holistic Health and Wellness Program for MS. For those of you who are not familiar with Yoga Moves MS, we are a community first. And I hope you heard that in the video today. We welcome all of you. Yoga Moves MS is a nonprofit that has provided daily adaptive yoga and meditation online and in person for over 15 years for donation only. As the interest in science behind holistic health and healing is growing, it was natural to make it our mission to serve the Yoga Moves MS community with education about wellness and integrative care. The umbrella of yoga refers to the whole person's, hence holistic healthcare. Today we'll include information about healthcare for individuals with MS, medical care provided by others, and self-care, which is so empowering. We are thrilled and excited with the response to these events, with today being our third Holistic Health and Virtual Forum. The overall theme for today is tapping into your innate resilience. Knowledge is education. Our speakers' knowledge is vast and diverse. They are rock stars in the MS world. You're going to be glued to the screen with our top-notch speakers. Make sure to move during breaks. Use the chat to ask us your questions. There will be fun prizes to win in trivia throughout the day. Come and go as your schedule allows. Recordings of the speakers will be available in the virtual exhibit hall in about a week. I want to say a special, humongous namaste to our event planning committee, Lorene Branch, Marnie Sharon, Lindsay Dems, Kathy McRae, Leah Narens, Beth Stone, and Lori Svensson. Namaste to our sponsors who are integral to making this event possible. We could not do it without them. Make sure to visit them in the virtual exhibit hall. They are Biogen, Genentech, Bristol Myers Squibb, Alexion, Meyer, Novartis, Sanofi Genzyme, TG Therapeutics, EMD Sereno, Sun Communities, and MS Views and News. I want to say a special thank you to MS Views and News to help. They have been helping us spread the word. Thank you to Stuart Schlossman and the group at MS Views and News. We are a community. Dr. James Voci, the chair of Yoga Moves MS, who works with Amita in Evanston, Dr. Martin Belkin of the Mind, Michigan Institute for Neurological Disorders, and Dr. Rani Aburashed of Memorial Healthcare in Owasso, Michigan, will be introducing our speakers today. They are Midwest representatives and leaders in the MS community. We appreciate all that you do for Yoga Moves MS. And now, without further ado, it is time to introduce Dr. Gretchen Hawley. You have probably seen her before if you were at our last year's Holistic Health Forum. We are so lucky that she is a leader in our community. Dr. Gretchen Hawley is a certified MS specialist. After graduating from Simmons University in Boston, Massachusetts, she developed an MS physical therapy program along two of the city's top MS neurologists. Dr. Hawley utilizes the concept of neuroplasticity in her online MS wellness program. The missing link to help her clients reduce fatigue, get stronger, improve their balance, and walk better. Her clients feel more energized, empowered, in control of their life with MS. Dr. Hawley has been a keynote speaker at several MS conferences, lectures, frequently for MS support groups, and continues to keep herself up to date on the newest and best MS practices by attending the MS Consortium each year. And I just saw her there. Dr. Holly resides in Buffalo with her doggy, Finn. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Gretchen. We're so happy you're here. We always want to absorb every word that you tell us. So let's give the stage to Dr. Gretchen Holly. Namaste.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I love talking to groups like this because I think there's so many tangible tips that are possible for MS in many different avenues to help improve your strength, your balance, your mobility. And today's topic is going to be fatigue. I know that I get questions in my social media inboxes, my emails, probably daily about fatigue management. And there's so much that you can do. So I'm going to be sharing those with you today. And also, you guys are the very first group to get my most updated presentation with newest research that I just learned about a week ago at the annual MS conference from CMSC. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And we will just dive in here. View. All right, so as Mindy had said, we're going to be talking about physical therapy, specifically for MS fatigue. And we will have some demonstrations at the end, so I hope you're ready to get moving. Our objectives for today. So first, we're going to talk about MS-specific physical therapy. We're also going to talk about different types of fatigue, different treatments, and how to exercise with fatigue. And then at the very end, I have one quick slide on ways that we can work together if you do feel like you need more guidance. So physical therapy can be helpful in so many things. And you can let us know in the chat if you've been to physical therapy, and specifically if it was with an MS specialist or a traditional orthopedic physical therapist. But when you're working with the right type of physical therapy for you, it can help in so many areas of multiple sclerosis. This is just a very small list that I put together: the strength, cognition, balance, aerobic endurance, spasticity, fatigue I highlighted because that's our main topic today, depression, walking, and lastly, I put here quality of life, because if even just one of these areas listed here improved, wouldn't your quality of life be a little bit better? And maybe if 2 or 3 of them improved, your quality of life would be even better and more independent. So it's really powerful having the right tools and strategies to help you with your MS. So I just quickly wanted to touch on MS-specific PT versus traditional PT. And I love talking about this because I've been both. I wasn't always an MS specialist. I was a traditional orthopedic physical therapist for about 2 years before becoming an MS certified PT. And there's big differences. And I know there's differences from my patient's perspective as well, because oftentimes I will hear my clients first say, you know, I've been to PT before and it didn't work for me, so I don't think this is going to work either. I used to hear that all the time. So if you've said that, I hope you keep an open mind. An MS specialized PT has a heavy focus on functional strengthening, which means strengthening to improve your function. It's not just, okay, let's get stronger, or let's get better balance or more toned. It's more of, let's get stronger so that walking is easier, or let's get better balance so that stair climbing is easier. We also focus specifically on balance and walking in your day-to-day life instead of just regular balance movements, the typical ones, you know, with your eyes closed or turning your head. Those are good ones, but they're not always as functional. We also focus on neuro recovery and or compensation. And what I mean by that is sometimes our goal is to actually strengthen the neural pathways from your brain all the way down to your hip flexors or down to your ankle so that you can improve your foot drop. So we want to strengthen those neural pathways. But other times, we actually want to strengthen the muscles that can help compensate. Because let's be honest, neuroplasticity takes a long time. It might take a few months before you're able to lift your ankle more effectively. So in the meantime, if we strengthen the compensatory muscles, you'll still be able to get from point A to point B safely, even with reduced foot drop. So we focus on both areas, and we also take many MS symptoms into consideration. Fatigue being a big one. There's many things that can cause fatigue, which we'll talk about next. Heat intolerance. Your core temperature can rise while you're exercising. So taking proactive measures to reduce your core temperature so that you don't have heat intolerant symptoms. Sensation. If you don't have a lot of sensation in your feet, then strengthening and balance and walking are going to be more challenging. So there's sensation-based exercises we can do. Vision, if you have double vision or blurred vision, that's going to make exercises harder. So an MS specialized PT will take all of these things into consideration. All right, so let's jump into the different things that can cause fatigue. So primary fatigue is the type of fatigue where there is no reason that you're tired other than the disease process itself. You didn't stay up late at night, you didn't over-exercise, you got a good night's sleep. So there's nothing that you did that caused this fatigue. And oftentimes my missing link members will say that this type of fatigue for them just feels so heavy. And sometimes it's even hard to just open their eyes because their eyelids just feel so heavy and tired. Oftentimes this type of fatigue prevents you from getting out of bed or getting off of the couch. So this is primary fatigue. Now there's also secondary fatigue. Secondary fatigue means there's a reason for it. Maybe you did have a late night, or you didn't get a good night's sleep, or you're on medications that cause fatigue. This is just a small list here: temperature changes, pain, weakness, nutrition, depression, activity, exercise. So there's so many things that can cause fatigue. So this is secondary fatigue, and you can let us know in the chat too. I can see you guys commenting in there. You can let us know if you have primary or secondary, but I also want to say you can have both. You can have primary and secondary fatigue. So treatment, it used to be mostly just medication, which is the medical piece, or physical, which is the exercise piece. But what newest research is saying is that psychosocial and behavioral components need to be a part of treatment, that it's not always just medication or exercise. And the researcher at the conference that I was just at gave this great example of how she had a client who has MS, and she was saying, you know, I just get so fatigued when I'm vacuuming. I can only stand and vacuum for like 2 minutes before I'm just exhausted and wiped out. But that same client goes to a pottery class where she's standing and as she's making pottery for like an hour. And she can do that. And so the researcher was saying, you know, this client in particular made her go into research on psychosocial and behavioral components of fatigue, because technically standing while vacuuming is no different than standing while doing pottery. Yet for one, she had such a higher tolerance for fatigue than the other. So we're going to go into each of these three components. So for medical, these are some of the common medications given for fatigue. And I wanted to share with you newer research on this. So in a recent trial that compared modafinil, which is that first one listed there, amantadine, which is the second one down, and Ritalin, to a placebo. So they had a bunch of people on each of these different medications or the placebo. And they were expecting to find that those taking some of these medications would have reduced fatigue compared to the placebo group. However, that's the opposite of what they found. There was such a strong placebo effect that none of these medications actually showed to be more beneficial than the placebo group. And I'm not saying that these medications don't work, but what basically the result of this research was that there's no single treatment effective for MS-related fatigue. And some people will take one of these medications and notice amazing benefits in their fatigue. Others won't notice anything at all. So it's very individualized. This is just a recent study that was published, but it does get you thinking, okay, well, maybe it shouldn't just be medical or just be a medication. Maybe it can be medication and something else, or medication or something else. So some of these psychosocial and behavioral components that have been studied and shown to be effective in reducing fatigue is cognitive behavioral therapy, acceptance commitment therapy, and mindfulness-based stress reduction. I'm not going to dive too much into these today because honestly, I am not the specialist in this area, but there was so much research having profound benefits for those with MS in reducing fatigue who additionally completed some type of psychosocial or behavioral therapy. So if you're taking notes, just go ahead and jot these down. When you're talking to your doctors later, see if this might be something that you can participate in, because these have been shown to reduce fatigue, and it's not medication. It's also not physical therapy. It's its own group of therapy. Additionally, for behavioral parts and treatments for fatigue, there's lots of things that you can do for secondary fatigue. So secondary fatigue, as a quick reminder, there's something that you did that caused the fatigue or something that happened that's causing the fatigue. So your core temperature could be rising. That can cause fatigue. Your stress levels could be rising, especially this time of year. That's common. That could be causing fatigue. Your exercise, maybe you overdid it, or you're doing it too much, or doing the wrong type of exercise for you. We'll get into that a little bit more, but oftentimes people with MS feel like they're so fatigued, regardless if it's primary fatigue or secondary fatigue, they're so fatigued that how the heck am I ever supposed to exercise? Exercise is going to make it even worse. And you can let me know in the chat if you've ever felt that way, because it's common. And I'm going to teach you some exercises today that you can do that's actually proven to reduce fatigue. But it often seems counterintuitive. If you didn't get a good night's sleep, there was a big focus on sleep at the conference that I was just at, and how lack of sleep for whatever reason can cause increased fatigue, increased spasticity, increased weakness, poor balance, so many things. Poor nutrition can cause fatigue, medication can cause fatigue. And again, this is just a small list. There's so many things. So one of the behavioral components is just run through this list. And what I actually tell my clients to do is write this list down so that when you are feeling just extra fatigued, you can look at this list and think, okay, just run through it. How's my core temperature? I think it's doing okay. How's my stress levels? Oof, I'm actually feeling pretty stressed today. Let me practice some form of mindfulness or meditation. So you can just quickly run through and change some of these things right off the bat. And then lastly, energy conservation and taking breaks. So moving on to the physical side of fatigue management, you can conserve your energy in many different ways. So again, this is just a small list. I could go on and on about different types of energy conservation, but splitting up activities that you do. If you're doing chores, like let's just say you're cleaning the kitchen, you don't have to clean the kitchen all in one day, or even all in 1 hour or 2 hours. You can wipe down the countertops first and then go and sit down or rest in some way. And then you can go back and maybe you sweep, and then you go and rest again. And then you go back and you clean the cupboards or something. So splitting up your activities throughout the day, as well as throughout the week, making a schedule to stay organized, using an assistive device. This can help conserve your energy in such a big way. Using gadgets to help you, meditation or mindfulness can help you conserve your energy. Avoiding unnecessary tasks. I loved some of the examples my missing link members had said. One of them told me that she no longer dries herself off after a shower. She purchased a terry cloth bathrobe, and that she just wore that, and that dried her off. And then once she was dry, then she'd get dressed. But it just took that task out of the way. She didn't have to worry about trying to dry herself off perfectly. Additionally, letting the dishes air dry, or sitting while you're cooking versus standing, or sitting while you're brushing your teeth versus standing, and also monitoring your exercise. So let's get into more of the physical therapy and exercise that can actually help reduce your fatigue. First and foremost, there is tons of research out there indicating that exercise actually can help reduce fatigue, but it's specific exercise. You can't just do whatever you want. That might be overdoing it and actually cause more fatigue. However, you can do light to moderate exercise. Any form of light to moderate exercise, even better if it's exercise that you enjoy. But there's specific research showing that aerobic exercise, resistance or strengthening based exercise, and aquatic exercise can help reduce fatigue. And I just want to take a point here to say that aerobic does not mean jumping jacks or running or walking on a treadmill or Stairmaster. There's so many other ways that you can get aerobic exercise. Resistance does not necessarily mean lifting in a gym. It can be things that you do at home with some seated exercises. Aquatic doesn't necessarily have to mean swimming. It can mean you're in a pool doing some movements lightly. Other research has also shown that arm movements can be very effective to reduce fatigue and get your heart rate up. I'll demonstrate some of those at the end. And there's lots of seated-based exercises that you can truly do sitting right now, whether you're on a couch, a love seat, a chair, like a kitchen chair, your bed, anywhere that you're sitting, you can do seated exercises to help reduce your fatigue. And lastly, taking breaks. So your break can be anywhere from 30 seconds up to maybe 5 minutes. Listen to your body. Do one round of your exercises and then rest for as long as you feel you need to. Everyone is so different. And not only that, but each day is going to be different. So you might feel like you can do let's say today you practice an exercise and you just need a 30-second break before you feel rejuvenated and like you can do it again. But tomorrow or the next day, maybe you need 3 minutes between, which is fine. That's okay. Listen to your body. Exercising throughout the day has been shown to be just as effective as exercising all at once. And I want to take a moment for you to really read that and understand that. It used to be known that exercising all at once was best. That was probably anywhere from 6 to 8 years ago. Research was recommending exercising all at once. But now they're saying, tons of research is saying it's just as effective to do it throughout the day. Meaning, if you're someone who suffers from fatigue, then you do not need to exercise all at once. In fact, you can pick one exercise and do one round, just one set of as many as you can do with good quality, and then stop. And then maybe you do that same exercise again an hour later or 3 hours later, and then again 2 hours after that. Throughout the day is just as effective. So listen to your body and know that it's still worth it. I used to have clients saying, if I just do 10 here, it's not going to matter. If I do 10 times, but a few times throughout the day, it's not going to matter. It's not all at once. It doesn't feel like exercise, but it is. When it comes to neuroplasticity, if you do 10 repetitions of a specific exercise 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, evening, that's 30 times that your brain tried to find that pathway. If you do it 10 repetitions, 3 sets all at once, that's still 30 times. So both are equally effective. Your brain still tried 30 times to find that pathway. And then also keep in mind that general movement is still considered exercise. A lot of people forget that. A lot of people think exercise is just, squats and walking and jumping jacks, because I think we're trained to think that when we're younger. But exercise is also movement. I once had a client say that she was so disappointed in herself because she didn't get her exercises in that day. But her daughter was sick and she was upstairs. And so throughout the entire day, my client was going up these stairs to deliver soup, to deliver Kleenexes, to just check in on her. And she was saying, Dr. Gretchen, I'm just so bummed I didn't get my exercises in today. And I said to her, well, how many times did you climb up those stairs to go check on your daughter? She was like, oh my gosh, at least 10 times. It's like, that's exercise. Showering is exercise. Going to get your mail is exercise. These movements are important. Weight shifting, balancing, standing, walking. If you stood while you brushed your teeth, that counts. If you're standing while you're cutting vegetables, that counts. If you're walking to go into the bathroom, because you have to go use the bathroom, that counts. So just don't forget about that. The reason I wanted to mention is because it can be very easy to feel disappointed and discouraged in yourself if you didn't do your exercise program. But if you moved, if you're still doing things, that counts. So just a few more slides for you here quickly. If you need more guidance, first of all, I think it's the next slide. I have tons of different videos on my YouTube and Instagram and Facebook. I do have ways that we can work together. The first is my online wellness program, The Missing Link. It's like my hub, my portal of my favorite MS specific exercises. Mindy has been a guest speaker for us among a bunch of other great ones. We've got activity specific exercises showing you how to climb stairs, how to get into and out of your car, how to stand up from the ground. I also offer one-on-one coaching calls. We have live exercise classes on Zoom each week, and the mentor membership where I work more closely one-on-one over a longer period of time. So this is where you can reach me. We are going to do some demonstrations right now. So I hope that you kind of make sure you have a nice space around you. If you do have any further questions, these are ways you can email me, my website, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook as well, all these good things. So demonstration, we're going to practice some arm movements. And then I'm going to demonstrate some balance and weight shifting positions. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I hope that you guys are ready to practice. So I'm just gonna make sure. There we go. All right. So if you want to participate with me right now, come and participate with me. If not, you can just watch or write them down and do this later. So our first one is just going to be arm movements. So what we're going to do is just sit up tall. And you'll notice I'm unsupported. This would be supported, meaning the chair's holding my back up, unsupported. So unsupported, hands in light fists, and you're just punching forward. And you're just punching forward. That's literally all this is. You can get whatever speed feels good for you. So this is one exercise I like to give. Some arm swings or arm pumps. This is another one of my favorite ones. We can also do some cross punches. So that first one was punching forward. If you want to engage the core a little bit more, turning this way. And you'll notice I'm going at a pretty quick speed right now. I would consider this quick. I don't know if you would, but when you're going quick like this and you take few breaks, you will feel your heart rate increase for sure. So these are considered aerobic exercises that can also help reduce your fatigue without even incorporating your legs yet. If you do aerobic exercise with your legs, oftentimes you're too fatigued to then do your leg strengthening exercises. So use your arms if you can. Now, I just want to do those same exercises in a different way. If you're having a day where you are just feeling wiped out, there's two things. Number one, you can allow yourself to rest. Please don't feel like you need to push through an exercise. But number two, sometimes if you feel that way for many days in a row, you'll have that feeling of, I want to exercise. I need to exercise. I want to do something. So you can do those same exercises, but slow. And maybe instead of punching forward at shoulder height, like I am right now, you punch down towards your knees. That's even less effort. Just nice and slow. Keep breathing. You're just focusing on moving. For the arm pumps or the arm swings, still slow. And maybe you do this big motion like I am now, or it's just small motion and it's down here. Truly moving your body in some way versus no way will make a difference. For the rotation punches, this is how we did it at first, and you can stay shoulder height, or you can punch down. Or maybe you don't twist your torso as much. You're still crossing, but your torso stays facing forward. There's so many others. There's one of my favorites, jumping jack arms. Your legs aren't doing anything. You're just doing your jumping jack with your arms. If you have shoulder limitations, come to a T or down here. It doesn't matter, just move. So those are some of my favorite seated ones. You know, there's also seated core exercises. There's seated leg strengthening exercises. There's tons of seated options. And honestly, I prefer seated options because it's easier and it takes balance out of the equation. So I like for my missing link members to get strong seated first, and then we'll advance to standing. But I do just want to show you some exercises standing just quickly. You don't have to do these with me. I don't know what your balance is like, but I did want to at least demonstrate. Move that there. Hopefully you guys can see me as I back up here. So balancing, you can balance with your feet wide apart. I'm going to quickly run through these, but you know, just you can jot them down if you want. Just balancing with your feet wide, with a good posture, without hinging forward or slouching. This is exercise, being able to stand in this good posture. And then maybe your feet closer and your feet touching, or staggered stance, or alternating staggered stance, or weight shifting. So you're standing up tall, good posture, and you shift your weight over here. And then you shift your weight over this way. And then the other way. Or you're standing and you do those exercises that we just did. That's going to require more balance for sure. Standing, oops, oh, my plant. Standing arm jumping jacks. You know, these things are required in order to help us move throughout the day. You could practice slow sit to stands. So lots and lots of ideas. All of those and a bunch of them are in the missing link as well. But I just want you to know and feel like you do have options. There are lots of things that you can do, even when you're fatigued. And not only that, it will help reduce your fatigue. So I hope that those exercise examples could relate to you, that you feel like, okay, I can do that, because it's so important and it can help you feel empowered as well. All right, so that's all I've got for you guys today. I'm going to make you guys a little bigger on my screen, and I see that we have some questions too. Oh, also, I forgot to mention in the beginning, we are going to have a giveaway, a complimentary month of the missing link. So hopefully you guys are listening and paying attention, and there'll be a question later on that when you answer, you'll be entered to win. Okay, so I see some questions here. I'm just going to start going through them. Okay, can an MS specific physical therapist help correct compensatory behaviors that may be causing additional impediments to functions caused by MS? For example, holding our bodies in specific ways to adjust balance, which can place additional burden on certain muscles or impact alignment and lead to pain, spasticity, and more. Absolutely. I think going to an MS specialized PT is so important. I can't tell you how many times I've actually worked with a client and they'll say, you know, Dr. Gretchen, I know for a fact that my knee flexors to bend my knee, that's my weakest part. And I've been working on it, just not getting better. And I'll say, okay, well, you know, let's look at your full movement. And her knee flexors were weak, but more than that, it was her hip flexors. And she wasn't even doing hip flexor exercises. So you might feel like there's certain things that are your biggest limitations. And while they are a big limitation, you have others that if you can work on other things, it can help you even more. So yes, an MS specialized PT can absolutely help you with that. Piper Smith, fun fact, my middle name is Piper. So we share that. So Piper Smith says, can this program be viewed after the event? Yes, this is being recorded. Another question, can swinging on a swing set like a playground constitute aerobic exercise because of leg pumping? Trying to incorporate more that I can do outside alone and on my own. Oh, I love that idea. That can absolutely count as exercise. That's your core, it's your arms, it's your knee extensors and flexors. Absolutely. I love that. And we also got a question too that I received earlier about what should your exercise program look like? And it's a hard question to answer because that's going to look different for every person. But the way that I design an exercise program for my clients, the first question that I ask them is, what are your goals? Because some people just have more wellness-based goals, like I just want to be stronger, I just want to have better balance, whereas other people have more functional-based goals, like I want to walk further, I want to walk with better quality, I want to climb stairs, I want to stand up from the toilet with more safety, or sit down without plopping. So first and foremost, identify what your goals are, and then think about what that goal requires. Walking requires strengthening, it requires balance, it requires weight shifting, it requires a lot of things. So you take the things that it requires and then put them into days. And I have some clients that in one day, they'll do a little bit of strengthening and a little bit of balance. I have other clients who one day is strength, the next day is balance, and they alternate. So there's no one right way, but the most important thing is you first prioritize, like, why do you want to exercise? What are you hoping will improve? And then break that down and go from there. I think we got another question. Stationary bike makes me fatigue. I want my balance back. Stationary bike. So one thing I didn't really touch on that I will right now, because it applies, is if you're the type of person that feels fatigued after you exercise, but you didn't feel fatigued during, it's a little bit trickier because you need to really monitor what you did. Maybe you can do the stationary bike, but with no resistance. And I don't know how long you're doing it for, but instead of doing it for 10 minutes, you do it for 5. So less resistance and lessen the time. So maybe you can still do it if you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, try to find something else. But also keep in mind, so this question was, the stationary bike makes me fatigued and I want and I want my balance back. And just know that in order to improve your balance, you need to do balance-based exercises. I know so many people that will do some form of the bike, stationary bike, recumbent bicycle, something of that sort, in hopes that it will improve their walking, and it will not. It's completely different positions. So it's a good thing to do for cardio and for leg strengthening, but it will not necessarily improve your balance or your walking. You have to do balance and walking exercises for that.
Dr. Gretchen, we just have a few more questions and then we're gonna have to move on, but give us all your questions. We will make sure that Dr. Gretchen answers them, and we can even put them in the virtual exhibit hall. One of the questions I saw was, what's the best way to find a PT facility that specializes in MS?
That's a great question. So there's a few places that you can go. The MS organization that gives the MS certified specialist is the Consortium of MS Centers, so the CMSC. So you can go to their website. However, the American Physical Therapy Association, the APTA, that's another place that you can go, and the National MS Society for sure. The National MS Society has something called a care partner. So that's where you can go to see who the different care partners are that's certified in MS. Good question.
Can exercise itself limit spasticity?
That's a good question. Exercise can reduce spasticity if you're doing exercises in the right way. So if you're trying to strengthen the muscle that's spastic, that actually could increase your spasticity sometimes. But if you're exercising and strengthening the opposite muscle, so for example, if your hamstring that's on the back of your thigh, if that's spastic and you are doing some strengthening exercises for the hamstring, that can make it even tighter. But if you do exercises for your quad on the front of your thigh, then that can sometimes help reduce spasticity, or sometimes exercise a different muscle group. If your knee is what's feeling spastic, maybe focus on the hip, and getting your hip more activated and stronger can sometimes help reduce spasticity.
Thank you, Dr. Gretchen. We could talk to you all day, and you can see more about Dr. Gretchen. She is very active on social media. She has, if you go into the virtual exhibit hall, you will see links. She's got podcasts, she's on YouTube, she's on Instagram. I don't know how she does it, honestly, but there's so much information. She gives you so much practical information. So please check that out. And we also are going to be raffling off through our trivia questions. Dr. Gretchen has a special surprise for you. So make sure to check that out. We are going to move on to our next speaker. And as we do that, make sure you're moving. You might take your arms up over your head. You might do a stretch to one side and then the other. Make sure you're moving. Thank you to our sponsors. I hope you noted them. And let's move on now to our next speaker, Dr. Dr. Belkin's going to be introducing Dr. Mitzi Williams. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Belkin.
Thanks, Mindy. Thanks for including me again. It's certainly a pleasure. So so I have the honor of introducing Dr. Mitzi Williams. So Mitzi Joy Williams is a board-certified neurologist and fellowship-trained multiple sclerosis specialist who serves as the founder and CEO of the Joy Life Wellness Group Multiple Sclerosis Center in Noonan, Georgia. She is considered a subject matter expert in neurology, multiple sclerosis, and health disparities. Dr. Williams has over 15 years of experience in the field of multiple sclerosis. She received her undergraduate degree in neuroscience and behavioral biology from Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, and received her Doctor of Medicine degree from Morehouse School of Medicine, also in Atlanta, Georgia. She completed her internal medicine internship, neurology residency, and multiple sclerosis fellowship at Georgia Health Sciences University, formerly MCG, in Augusta, Georgia, where she received numerous accolades and served as chief resident of the neurology residency program. Dr. Williams has spearheaded and participated in multiple steering committees and work groups to further research in underserved populations with MS, with a focus on the African American population. She has recently joined efforts to increase diversity in clinical trials and educate the community about the importance of research participation. Through collaborations with national and international committees, she advocates for people living with MS to share in the decision-making process with their healthcare teams to combat this disease. Dr. Williams is the author of MS Made Simple, the essential guide to understanding your multiple sclerosis diagnosis. She continues to live out her mission to provide personalized multiple sclerosis care delivered with expertise, compassion, and joy. So it's my honor to welcome Dr. Mitzi Williams.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. I am so very excited to be here, and thank you, Mindy, for inviting me. And I'm just going to share my screen with a pop-up of two of my favorite people that I got to hang out with last week at the consortium. Any familiar faces there? All right.
It was so much fun to see you guys. I can't help it. I'm too excited. All right.
I know it. All right. So let's get into it. So I am going to talk about pain and mostly about kind of alternative management of pain. Fortunately, Dr. Gretchen has done quite a bit of my work for me because a lot of it is about exercise and movement. And I was getting my exercises in while you guys were. So let's get right into it. All right, so when we think about pain, it's very interesting how the evolution of understanding pain has come a long way in the field of multiple sclerosis. I remember when I first started my training, which was just a few moons ago, not many moons ago, but we used to think pain was not a symptom of MS. And if people came and reported pain, the thinking was it's not MS because MS doesn't have pain. Well, now we know for sure that there are a lot of different types of pain that can be involved in people who have multiple sclerosis. And this is just kind of a graphic looking at some of the different symptoms of MS. And we can see here that pain, about 63.2% of folks reported that pain was an issue. But here separately, we see headache, which also qualifies as pain, as well as numbness and tingling, which can sometimes be painful. So there are some studies that suggest that up to 75% of folks with MS may report some type of pain symptoms during the course of disease. So when we think about approaches to treating MS, I kind of like to think of it as a 4-layer cake because I like cake, right? So the first layer of the cake is we have therapies for exacerbations. That's when someone has a new symptom that comes on, lasts for a period of time, 24 hours usually, or more, usually several days to several weeks, and then kind of gets better or levels out. And there are treatments that we use for that, primarily steroids. Then we have disease modifying therapy, which is the second layer of the cake. And that is more disease to help the underlying immune system problem, because we know that although we can treat some of the symptoms of MS, the overall issue is that the immune system is overactive. So there are medications that we have for that. And we now have over 20 different therapies for MS. So that treatment regimen or armamentarium has expanded greatly, even in the past decade. But the layer we're going to focus on today is the last 2 layers, actually, symptomatic management and rehabilitation, which really could kind of fall into one layer, but why have a 3-layer cake when you can have a 4-layer cake, right? So symptomatic management is more so the different symptoms of MS. Sometimes if there are certain types of pain, we can treat that. Sometimes if there are bladder issues, we can treat that. There are other symptoms that we're not so good at treating or don't have any treatments for. And then rehabilitation really involves specifically our amazing folks like Dr. Gretchen, our physical therapists, our occupational therapists, our speech therapists, etc. All right, so let's move on for the cake. So comprehensive care. This is a really cool definition of comprehensive care by the MS Society. And I really like all of it, but I'll just say the last sentence. In either case, the goal is comprehensive, coordinated care to manage the disease and promote comfort, function, independence, health, and wellness. So when we think about MS and treatment of MS, I like to think of things holistically, right? Because there certainly is a part that medications can play in improving quality of life, but there's a part medicine plays and there's a part you play, right? And no medicine will ever get rid of the part that you play in improving your own health. And so I like to focus on both aspects to see if we can reach a balance in improving outcomes for people living with MS. All right, so I like this graphic because pain is more than just a symptom in a certain place of the body, right? There are many different things that go into different pain. There are different types of symptoms that people have with pain. It can involve different parts of the body. There can be different ways that we can remedy it. There is pain that is related to MS, but there's also pain related to other things. So people with MS get other things like osteoarthritis, right? You know, people with MS get other issues like bulging discs in their neck, etc. So part of the issue when a patient comes to me and says they have a pain issue is trying to figure out, do we think it's related directly to the MS? Do we think it's related maybe to a symptom of MS, but not directly from the lesions? Or do we think it's related to something totally different? And so that is part of the issue of trying to figure out where the pain is coming from and how we treat it appropriately. All right, so I like this graphic because number one, the picture in the middle suggests that the symptoms of MS, especially with pain, can be very variable. So one day you may be feeling like you're on top of the world, and like this guy, you're digging a shovel. I don't know what he's digging in the garden, doing everything. And then the next day at the same time, you may be completely wiped out, totally out of it, not being able to function. And so often what happens is that sometimes we can get in this cycle where you've got pain, and then you may say, oh, I'm not going to do as much because I've got pain. And then you don't have as much functioning of your muscles. You lose some of your strength. And then you create a list of things that you absolutely cannot do. And it begins to interfere with other things from your sleep, your work, your mindset, etc. And the cycle just continues and continues. And so part of the way when we look at kind of looking at pain and treating it holistically is to try to break this cycle, right? To try to decrease the pain, but also to try to improve some of these other functions, which can also decrease pain. All right, so let's talk about a couple different types of pain that we see commonly with MS, right? And I'll go into a little bit of detail about these, but kind of describing some of the symptoms. So there's neuropathic pain, which can come from lesions directly, usually in the spinal cord, that affect many different parts of the body. So the words that I have listed here are ways that people describe the pain. So for some people, it's numbness or absence of sensation. And that's the person who says, you know, I actually had a patient yesterday that says she has to put one leg in the tub first because that leg has a better temperature sensation than the other leg. So if she puts one leg in, the numb leg, then she may actually burn herself because she doesn't feel how hot it is. So there's numbness or a lack of sensation. There's also tingling, which is often people describe as that feeling like something fell asleep, like your leg fell asleep and it's waking up. So that tingling sensation, and sometimes it can be aggravating, but sometimes it can also be very painful depending on the intensity of the symptoms. Other people have a burning sensation, like they feel like their limbs are on fire, like they feel like their leg is on fire, or their arm is on fire, or their hand. And so that also can be very uncomfortable. Also, I have some patients who report an electric sensation. We often see this associated with a symptom called Lermite sign, which is essentially when you have damage to your spinal cord and you flex your neck, you get like an electric sensation down the back and through the body. And that actually can occur in people who have MS, but also in people who have other conditions. So for instance, I had a disc that was popping out in my neck and pressing on my spine, and I actually had Lermite sign, and it felt like I stuck my finger in a socket. So very uncomfortable, especially if you can't move your head certain ways, which you need to move around and do, move your head to function. And then other kind of less common, but also irritating symptoms, or sometimes people have an itching sensation. And then other times people have a crawling sensation. So those are less common, but can be signs of nerve dysfunction. One of the things that we have to distinguish when we're talking about MS pain is that often these symptoms can be very similar to what we see with peripheral neuropathy when people have conditions like diabetes. So we have to make sure that to determine if the symptoms are coming from the MS or coming from some other conditions. All right, so muscle spasticity and pain. So this is one of the most common pain symptoms that I treat related to MS. And so essentially it's a stiffness of the muscles. So when those nerves are damaged and when that myelin is damaged, there's basically a disconnect where the muscles are overactivated. So your muscles that are supposed to be relaxed are contracting, and that's what causes the stiffness. And there are varying degrees of stiffness, and it comes in a couple of different flavors, as I like to say. So for some people, it can be a sustained contraction, right? Some people can have actually what we call spasms, where let's say the leg will just kind of stick straight out and it just won't move for a few seconds. Other times people can have jerking movements where they may kick their spouse in the bed. Now some of you may be kicking your spouse because you want to, but there's some people who can't help kicking their spouses. So sometimes it's a sudden movement like a kick that may occur. Other times it's just a tightness. Some people say it feels like a rubber band, or it feels like I did a vigorous workout, but I know I didn't do any workout. So there's like a soreness. Also, sometimes there can be a pulling sensation around the joints because the muscles are pulling. So sometimes it may manifest as kind of referred pain to the knees or to other joints, but it's a pulling sensation from the muscles being overcontracted. The symptoms are more common in the lower extremities. And one of the other difficult things about spasticity is that it can be triggered by a lot of different things. So spasticity can be very sensitive. If it's too hot, you can get spastic. If it's too cold, if your clothes are too tight, if you have an infection, if you have sudden movements, if you move too much, if you don't move enough. So that's one of those symptoms that can be very sensitive, where people can have many different triggers or some severe triggers. What about headache? Now, many people ask if headache is a symptom of MS. So I generally wouldn't consider headache a symptom of MS, but many people with MS have headache. And there is data that suggests that the risk or association of migraine or the occurrence of migraine is much higher in people with MS, or is higher in people with MS than the general population. Also, people can have tension headaches, or what we call new daily persistent headaches, where they may just develop a daily headache that won't go away over several months, and that can be for a variety of reasons. Also, we have trigeminal neuralgia, which technically can be spoken of as kind of a headache, but a little bit different. So this is a inflammation or damage to the trigeminal nerve, which you can see here is a nerve that leads to sensation of the face and also some of the muscles. And essentially, people can develop severe pain in these areas of the face. It's often episodic. It can be worsened by certain things like chewing or even talking. And then the way we treat it is we use certain medications, and sometimes there are procedures or even surgeries that can help improve trigeminal neuralgia. But we'll get a little bit more into treatment later on in the talk. Now, let's focus a little bit more on setting priorities for pain management with MS. Okay, so things that we have to consider. How much is the pain interfering with your daily activities? I have some folks that say, Dr. Williams, I've got a little bit of numbness. It's not stopping me from what I'm doing. Let's just keep monitoring. I don't want a medication for it. Okay, so all pain, depending on the severity or lack of severity, does not necessarily need to be treated with a medication. Also, when we do have pain that needs to be treated with certain medications, we have to think about the side effects. We talked about that circle of pain and decreasing activity, but there's also a cycle that can happen if you have a pain, we give you a medication, let's say use a symptom like fatigue. You have pain, you have fatigue from your MS, we give you medication, the medication makes you more fatigued, right? And so that becomes a cycle where we're trying to balance actually, the management of the symptom, but also manage the rest of the symptoms of MS. And that's why I have this picture with this tightrope, because sometimes it is walking a tightrope. If we go too far over one side, we can make other MS symptoms worse. If we go too far on the other side, you could be in severe pain that limits your function. Also, we have to think about safety, right? Does the medication that we give interact with any other medications that you're taking? And then, of course, there's cost. Sometimes different procedures can be very costly. Sometimes adding on medication after medication can be very costly as well. So we have to think about all of these things and keep them in mind when we're thinking about managing pain in MS. So medications. So again, medications can play a part in decreasing pain symptoms. And so most of the medications that we use for nerve pain fit into one of two classes or three classes. We have our anti-inflammatory medications, which sometimes you think of as, your ibuprofen, your Tylenols, those type of things. But specifically for nerve pain, we usually use medicines that are anti-seizure drugs or antidepressants. And so the reason I always tell my patients that up front is because if they go and look up the medicine, I don't want them to think Dr. Williams is trying to sneak me something for depression. Dr. Williams thinks I'm depressed. No, those are the medications that we use to treat nerve pain. They happen to work for those other conditions, but also work very well to decrease nerve pain. When we think about spasticity, there are muscle relaxants that we use. Many of them are used for other conditions. Baclofen is a very common one. We also often use benzodiazepines, which is, if you think about Valium, those types of medicines, sometimes those can help spasticity in some cases. Then there are cannabinoid products. So, the use of CBD and THC has certainly become more publicized recently as there are more CBD products available, and there's now research being done looking into THC and CBD. And there is some evidence that CBD, the anti-inflammatory component of marijuana or, the plant, can actually have some anti-inflammatory effects and help symptoms like spasticity, as well as some chronic nerve pain. But certainly there's much more research that needs to be done for us to better understand how to use some of these compounds. And then in some severe cases, opioids are used. So definitely not as much as they were used in the past because of issues, of course, with regulation and addiction, et cetera. But sometimes, that is what some patients need to control their pain. And so that's when we coordinate with a pain management specialist, usually to help us with those types of medications. So what about procedures, right? So medications play a part. Sometimes there are also procedures that can help. I often recommend procedures for many of my patients because it helps keep us off of medication sometimes. And if you can do a procedure that may last you, give you benefit for several months and not have to take medication, that trade-off may be a lot better for some than taking medications on a regular basis. So there are epidural injections, which can help with chronic nerve pain, especially from spinal cord issues. There are also trigger point injections if people have muscle tension and spasticity in certain areas. A small needle can be inserted into that area and a steroid or anti-inflammatory can be delivered. Also, radiofrequency ablation is a procedure where, for lack of a better term, they kind of burn the nerve endings if the pain is really severe and other procedures aren't working. And that can sometimes provide pain relief. Implantable devices can sometimes be used. They're not used as much as they used to be in the past, but for instance, there are pumps that can be implanted with medicine, pain medicine, or either spasticity medicine that can help decrease symptoms. And then in some cases, especially for symptoms like, for instance, trigeminal neuralgia, there are some surgeries that may help relieve some of the symptoms of pain. Now, let's talk about more kind of complementary things outside of medication and traditional procedures like surgical procedures. So physiatry and physical therapy are extremely important to management of pain. And there are some conditions, especially like low back pain, where oftentimes I can't even order a MRI or a study until I've sent someone to physical therapy for management, right? So it can manage many chronic pain conditions, as well as spasticity. For some people, physical therapy can help with things like frozen shoulders or low back pain or chronic neck pain, because there are many different techniques that can be applied in physical therapy to help with that. Other major reasons I often send people to physical therapy is to develop individualized exercise training programs, because the goal is always for you to continue to do the activity at home. It often is a case where we can't do physical therapy forever. So we want people to have the tools that they need to be able to continue their activity at home and to keep up their functioning. And then also they can help us with appropriate walking assistive devices, whether it's a cane or a walker, etc. And sometimes the pain that people have is because they may be compensating for a weak side, or they may be using their walking device inappropriately. And so it's always good to have that assessment by a professional, specifically a MS trained physical therapist, if there's one available, that can help you to manage those symptoms. What about exercise? So there's no limit to the benefits of exercise, but these are just a few, right? So exercise is extremely important. Whether you're in physical therapy, I often recommend that first to get your individualized plan rather than you going out there and just making up your own plan. But once you continue that plan, exercise can improve cardiovascular health, can also help strengthen weakened muscles, as well as help you to maintain the strength that you have, boost the mood, and decrease constipation and decrease pain. So all of these are additional benefits for exercise aside from helping to decrease pain, which it can also do. And what about yoga? I'm a huge advocate of yoga for my patients. Mindy knows that. So I'm a huge advocate for a variety of reasons.
Namaste.
Namaste, right? So for a variety of reasons, but some of which include decreasing symptoms like spasticity, right? So yoga can be very helpful to decrease spasticity and also can help decrease chronic pain, because when you're doing yoga, you have to bring attention to areas of your body where you may be holding tension. I remember when I first started doing yoga about 20 years ago, I didn't realize that I was walking around with my shoulders in my ears like this all the time. And every time I went to class, the teacher would say, put your shoulders down, and I would do it. And then like 2 seconds later, they would be up again. And I'm being a little dramatic, but we don't realize that there's certain areas of our bodies where we may hold tension, and that may exacerbate or worsen pain. And so being able to kind of focus on those and relax those muscles can help a lot with decreasing pain as well as decreasing spasticity. The other thing that I love about yoga is that it can be adapted for various levels of ability. And so I always say there is a position that's for everyone, right? So if yours is to stand with your feet together in tree, that's great. If you can twist your leg all the way up, then that's great as well. But there's a level for everyone. And so it can certainly be adapted to different levels of ability. Massage therapy, also one of my favorites, right? So massage therapy can often help because, again, oftentimes when people are dealing with pain and spasticity, they can have certain points in the body that where you can actually develop knots in the muscles. And so massage therapy can help to decrease pain in those areas, those trigger areas, can also help with decreasing spasticity, boosting mood, and promoting relaxation. And good massage therapists also often do stretching. And so when they do stretching, that also helps to relieve some of the tension in the muscles and draw attention to areas where you may be holding tension, or where you may need to go back to your physical therapist and kind of work on decreasing those areas of tension and pain as well. What about acupuncture? So, acupuncture is a traditional form of Chinese medicine. It's been around forever. But more recently has been used in the Western world, and also has become increasingly noticed in the field of MS. And so it can be used to help a variety of symptoms. So basically these small needles are inserted into areas of the body, and the premise behind the traditional Chinese medicine is that there is a qi or flow of energy throughout the body. And so so basically when that energy is blocked, it can result in pain. So the insertion of the needles in the certain types of body are to try to unblock that energy and to allow it to flow in different ways to decrease symptoms of pain. There are also some Western beliefs about, maybe inserting the needle in the muscle may release certain chemicals in the body to decrease pain, but there's certainly a lot that we don't understand and know. There have been some small studies that suggest that scalp acupuncture may actually work a little bit better in MS, but certainly we don't have a lot of research. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done for us to better understand acupuncture and how it may help relieve pain for people with MS. But we know that it has been used to help decrease pain and spasticity, as well as numbness, as well as to help decrease depression and improve mood. And what about functional electric stimulation? So this is a newer modality of pain relief that's been used. Traditionally, the most common device that we see with FES and MS are things like the Bioness device, right? Or the walk aid. And these are basically devices that cause an electrical impulse to stimulate the muscle to move. So the Bioness and the walk aid are used for foot drop. So it will stimulate the muscle so that the foot will contract or lift up so that people can walk better. But it can also be used to block certain pain signals in the body. And this is an example of a device that can be used and potentially restore and improve certain bodily functions such as bowel and bladder control. So again, something that is it's been used for some time, but relatively newer in terms of looking at the effects and improvement with multiple sclerosis. And there actually have been a couple of studies that have looked at simultaneous functional electrical stimulation as well as brainwave monitoring. And there are some hints that that may help with neuroplasticity or repair of the nerves. But certainly, again, one of those areas where there's a lot of research that needs to be done for us to better understand this. Biofeedback. So this is another area where basically different monitors are used to measure different bodily functions. So heart rate, breathing rate, commonly blood pressure, skin temperature, and brain waves are monitored with different devices. And so essentially what happens is that oftentimes when we are tense or have anxiety or have pain, essentially you're looking at these responses and they may be on a screen or be a flash or a sound to signify these different things. And you can practice relaxation techniques so you can see what actually works to help decrease that response in yourself. And so these can be done by a psychiatrist, a psychologist, other physicians can do biofeedback sessions. They last roughly a little bit to an hour and a half, and have been shown to decrease some symptoms of anxiety as well as chronic pain and depression. Mindfulness and meditation, another one of my favorites. So often employs things such as deep breathing, guided imagery, progressive relaxation, again, because oftentimes stress worsens chronic pain symptoms. And so when we're able to relax those muscles, focus on the areas where we hold tension and relax them, it often can improve pain. All right, so with that being said, I'm the Nerdy Neurologist. Here's how you can stay connected to me. I am on many social media platforms. My website is listed there. And I also have a podcast called Brain Chat with the Nerdy Neurologist that is on all podcast platforms that you can subscribe to. We do a Facebook Live generally every other Monday night where we talk about different topics related to MS. Mindy was on my show and Dr. Gretchen has been on my show. So looking forward to covering some amazing topics in the future. And then this close to my last slide, talking about living well. And I like this quote by Maya Angelou that says, "My mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style." And my last quote for every presentation I give, all I need is peace, love, and a freaking cure for multiple sclerosis. Thank you so much. And I think we've got maybe 5 minutes for questions. Thank you very much. All right, so let me look in the chat.
I don't know how you come up with Nerdy Neurologist, because how can someone nerdy be so cool? You are so awesome.
I am so nerdy. I'm so nerdy. Okay, all right. So let me look at some of these questions here. So I see a couple of comments. I'm going to go backwards about the Bioness, and one asks, how do you afford the Bioness? So unfortunately, the last time I checked, most insurance companies do not cover it for MS, but oftentimes there are grants that can be applied for to help pay for the Bioness. And so that would be something you would talk to, your physician about, and also potentially talk to your physical therapist. The other cool thing is that oftentimes in physical therapy, you can try it out, right, to see if it's working. And in some cases, you can rent one to see if it's working, for a long enough period of time to really see if it's helping you, because you certainly don't want to, blow $500 on on a device that's not helping you. And let's see.
How about the MS hug? There's a question about my pain is primarily with the MS hug. How do you address that?
Yeah, so the MS hug is a form of spasticity. So that one is a little bit more difficult to treat. It usually is treated with things like medications, right? Sometimes massage therapy may help, but generally we treat the MS hug with medications, because oftentimes people can also have a sensation where they have difficulty breathing. And that usually comes from a lesion in the middle area of the spine that we call the thoracic spine. And so lesions there can cause that tightness that feels like a girdle or feels like a corset, some people say, and then it's traditionally called the MS hug, although it is not a pleasant hug, and most hugs are pleasant.
That's so true. We have some students who've really helped it out through side bends.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
banana pose. They do it every day religiously.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, let's see.
Someone asked a question about electric sensation in the foot.
Okay, let's see. Electric sensation in the foot. Let's see. Okay. So some people can have, again, one of the manifestations of pain can be an electrical sensation, and that can occur in a variety of areas. Sometimes it's in the hand. The picture that I had up was of a sensation in the hand. Sometimes it can be in the feet. The important thing is that if someone has a chronic condition, like let's say diabetes, that can cause neuropathy, sometimes that pain can be from neuropathy, but other times it can be from MS. So it's important to make sure you talk to your doctor to see if you have lesions in areas that would be more likely to cause you to have foot pain. Usually it's something in the spine, or if they think it's due to some other condition. All right, and then I see a question about, is it common to get spasticity in fascia? So that will probably be a little bit better question for Dr. Gretchen, but you can have spasticity. Spasticity from MS is usually in the muscles. Sometimes people can have tightness in the fascia, and those are the bands that basically kind of connect the muscles. So sometimes people can have tightness in the fascia. So for instance, there's a band that runs like from your hip down the side of your leg, your IT band. So sometimes people can have tightness or issues there. But I don't know that we would necessarily call that spasticity specifically. That's usually something we refer to more with the muscles.
What are your thoughts of a CES device?
The CES device. I cannot say that I am familiar with the CES device. Oh, cranial electronic stimulation. Yes. So, so again, when we think about different types of feedback, there are some studies, or there's some work that suggests that cranial electronic stimulation may help with some symptoms like depression, or help with things like migraines or headaches. I think that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to better understand how to use these, but certainly migraine, cranial electronic stimulation can help, and then some mood issues, it may help as well. And then, as I said, when we talk about acupuncture, actually scalp acupuncture, which is not an electronic stimulation, but is stimulation of different points on the head, has been one that may have been shown to be more helpful with MS. So that may be related. Okay, and let's see, is it okay to practice power yoga? So yes, I mean, so in terms of exercise, it really is about what you can tolerate. So I don't necessarily, so again, I generally recommend if people have any mobility issues, any symptoms like spasticity or impairment in that regard, that we start with physical therapy, because they can give you kind of directed movements and exercises. If a person does not have any of those impairments, there's not a reason why they can't do honestly any type of exercise they want to. I have patients who are marathon runners who have MS. I have folks who do triathlons. I have folks who climb mountains, do all kind of stuff, you know, so there's not necessarily a reason you can't do it just because you have MS, but certainly if you have issues with spasticity or mobility, it may be helpful to seek a medical opinion through physical therapy first, to make sure that you're doing your exercises safely. All right, and somebody said I make them chuckle. Okay, and then I'll answer just one more. What do you think about, wait, I'm working with 2 PTs. Okay, someone asked, what do I think about stem cell therapy? Okay, so I'll answer this super quickly. So stem cell therapy the research has been going on for decades with MS. So the first thing to say is that stem cell therapy is not new. There's been research going on since the 80s about stem cell therapy with MS. And there are studies that suggest that hematopoietic stem cell transplant, right? We're talking about bone marrow transplant, like what people get for cancer, can help change the course of disease with MS. But the thing that I always caution people about is, number one, make sure you talk to your doctor before you have any procedure. But there are also many different procedures that people are doing that are calling stem cell, which is not the same as hematopoietic or bone marrow transplantation. So some people are doing fat stem cells. There's some clinics where people are paying, you know, enormous amounts of money, $10,000, $15,000 a year to have these procedures. Just make sure that you consult your doctor to make sure that it is something that is safe and that's something that's right for you. So with that being said, thank you all so much. Please get the rest of your questions to Mindy and I'll try to answer them at some point. And I will hand it back over to Dr. Belkin.
Okay, thank you so much, nerdy neurologist, Dr. Mitzi. We love you. When I saw your slides, I was just so excited that you were covering so many of my favorite modalities, acupuncture and massage. And there's so much, and you guys have asked a lot of questions. We will make sure to get them answered by our presenters and put them in the virtual exhibit hall for you. I believe there's going to be some trivia questions in the chat, so make sure to check that out because we have amazing prizes coming up that you can win. And I'm not advertising. I don't get a commission for it. One of my favorite, can they see this, Lorene? Oh, here we go. Okay. Those who know me know that I'm technically incompetent, but this is Oscar, and Oscar is made by an organization that's a nonprofit and raises money for pediatric MS. And I think he's so cute. I bought 2 and thought one could be for the raffle today. He's made out of 2 socks. And anyway, then we have other prizes like this Nobasso ball. Dr. Gretchen is giving away a month of her missing link. So there's so much. We have all kinds of prizes for you. Make sure to check that out. And now we will go on to our next speaker. Dr. Belkin is back on again. Thank you so much, Dr. Belkin, for introducing Rosemary, or Dr. Rosemary. I'll let you talk all about her.
Okay, thanks, Mindy. Yeah, so I truly have the honor of introducing next Dr. Rosemary Walsh. I had the pleasure and honor of being her residency program director at Ascension Macomb, Oakland, where she actually had extensive experience in MS through her residency program here at the Mind MS Center. But in terms of the formal introduction, Dr. Rosemary Walsh was born and raised in Metro Detroit. She received her undergraduate degree from Albion College. She then obtained her medical degree from Michigan State University College of Osteopathic Medicine. Her residency was completed at Ascension Macomb Oakland Hospital in Metro Detroit, where she became interested in the field of multiple sclerosis and neuroimmunology. She served as chief resident of her neurology residency before moving to Cincinnati for her multiple sclerosis and neuroimmunology fellowship at the University of Cincinnati. She is a member of the American Academy of Neurology and Consortium of Multiple Sclerosis Centers. She is board certified from the American Board of Neurology and Psychiatry. She just started her career at MIND, Michigan Institute for Neurological Disorders, in August of 2001, and we're grateful to have her join our team for sure. Her clinical interests include all aspects of neuroimmunology, including multiple sclerosis, neuromyelitis optica, spectrum disorders, including myelin oligodendrocyte glycoprotein disease, neurosarcoidosis, as well as autoimmune encephalitis. So I have the great pleasure of welcoming Dr. Rosemary Walsh, and I think you'll learn a great deal from her.
Thank you, Dr. Belkin. And let me share my screen. So we're going to shift courses just a little bit here. And we're going to talk about diseases that look like MS, but that may not be MS. And so when you come to any one of these amazing physicians on this program or any other multiple sclerosis specialist, they may say, my first job is to confirm that the diagnosis is right. And you as a patient are like, oh, I've been told I had multiple sclerosis. Why is this new neurologist talking about another disease? Should I even be trusting them? And I want to talk through some of these diseases and why it's so important that we get your diagnosis right and treat you right. And know that no matter what, you're part of this huge MS community because these diseases overlap so much that everything that we've been talking about, pain management, exercise, and yoga, is all important in all of these diseases. So the conditions that we're going to talk about briefly today, multiple sclerosis, clearly, because this is our bread and butter, and this is why we're all here today. And this is a disease that's driven by inflammation leading to relapses and cell loss leading to neurons undergoing neurodegeneration. So the disability in multiple sclerosis is driven by multiple cumulative relapses and then cell loss. And we know a lot more about MS now than we did even back in 2000 or back in 1980. And so now we've divided into multiple phenotypes: relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis, secondary progressive multiple sclerosis, and primary progressive multiple sclerosis. Now, we in neurology have always known that there's some other diseases that look like multiple sclerosis, but that are not quite multiple sclerosis. And one of these big diseases is neuromyelitis optica spectrum disorder, also known as NMOSD. And this is a very different disease that's driven almost exclusively by relapses. And people can go many years, 7, 10, 12 years without a relapse. But when they have relapses, they can be pretty intense. Progressive type symptoms with NMOSD are very rare. And then there's been a newer disease described in the past 10 to 15 years called myelin oligodendrocyte glycoprotein associated disorders. Now you see why we all call it MOGAD. This is a disease driven by relapses, and many have a very good recovery. It's a different type of disease because it can be a one-time event, also known as monophasic, especially in children, but others may have a relapsing phenotype. So this is just a diagram to show that not everything demyelinating is multiple sclerosis. So what we were just talking about, how multiple sclerosis, you have typical multiple sclerosis and you have kind of atypical multiple sclerosis, you have MOGAD-related diseases, and you have NMO and this whole spectrum of disease. So let's talk about how common MS is versus NMOSD versus MOGAD and how it looks in different ages and races and other conditions. So multiple sclerosis, as most of us are aware, is a female-driven disease occurring about 4-to-1 ratio to males. NMOSD is even more common in the female population at 9-to-1, and MOGAD is about 1-to-1 right now, as we've identified. The average age of onset of MS is around 29, a little bit older in NMOSD, around 39, and MOGAD, more likely to see in children than adults, but we certainly see it in adults. Prevalence, how common is it? Multiple sclerosis is more common than these other two diseases. 300 to 400 and 100,000 people have multiple sclerosis here in the States. We think it's right around 10 and 100,000 people for NMOSD. And MOGAD, we're still figuring this out. We think it's about 3 and 100,000 people, but as we increase testing across the nation, we're going to see that number rise. Race, it's important to talk about race in all sorts of medicine right now, and multiple sclerosis occurs in every single race. Neuromyelitis optica spectrum disorder has an increased prevalence in African Americans, and MOGAD also appears to be more prevalent in African Americans. And coexisting autoimmune disorders. We sometimes see this in multiple sclerosis, and we frequently see this in NMOSD. For MOGAD, we don't know yet. And then what are the cells that are being attacked? So in MS, it's a white and a gray matter disease that we talk about all the time with our patients, but the primary cell that's affected is the oligodendrocytes, and those are your cells that make your white matter, also known as your myelin. In NMOSD, your astrocytes are what are affected. And your astrocytes are very simply your supportive cells in your brain and your spinal cord. And then in MOGAD, the myelin sheath is what's attacked. So what are some typical demyelinating clinical syndromes? And many of you may have even experienced some of these. So we see optic neuritis, myelitis, brainstem syndromes, and we see encephalitis. And we see some of these in NMOSD and MOGAD as well. So when somebody has optic neuritis and has vision loss, typical multiple sclerosis looks like central vision loss, and it can vary in the degree of loss. Often it's unilateral and it recovers at least somewhat, often fully. NMOSD, when you present with your vision loss, it's often very profound vision loss. Maybe bilateral recovery can be poor sometimes. In MOGAD, it can be variable. It can be bilateral presentation. Recovery is variable. It's typically better than NMOSD, but worse than MS. Sometimes it forms an atypical optic neuritis in that it's not painful. Limb weakness, you can have variable amounts of multiple sclerosis depending on the extent of the relapse. With NMOSD, it tends to be more significant weakness. Sometimes we even see paralysis with NMOSD. And with MOGAD, we have variable amounts of weakness. And similarly with sensory loss, and it's that myelitis where it's very variable in multiple sclerosis, maybe significant in NMOSD and variable in MOGAD. There's one interesting syndrome, protracted hiccups, nausea, and vomiting, that is very characteristic of NMOSD and very, very rare in multiple sclerosis and have not seen it commonly at all in MOGAD. And that's an actual area postremial syndrome, and I'll talk about that in a couple more slides. And then altered mental status, also known as encephalopathy, very rare in multiple sclerosis. We see it sometimes in NMOSD, and more commonly we see it in MOGAD, especially in children. So optic neuritis, again, you have classic or typical optic neuritis, which is associated with multiple sclerosis. This reduction in vision in one eye occurs over a day to several days at a time. Usually your color vision is also reduced. Sometimes your reds will start to look pink, orange won't look as intense. With MS and typical optic neuritis, it tends to be the central vision, described as graying in that central vision, and there's often pain with the eye movement. In atypical optic neuritis, you can have severe reduction of vision in one or both of your eyes, and your color vision is still significantly reduced, and the visual loss may involve your entire visual field, the upper part or the lower part. And some of you have seen MRIs that your physicians have shown you, and over here in this figure, here's the right, and this is the left eye. And you see that this whole nerve here is irritated. And that's a very kind of atypical multiple optic neuritis for multiple sclerosis and would lend one of your physicians to start looking for another disease. Myelitis, by definition, is inflammation of the spinal cord. In MS, it's typically very short segment, 1 to 2 vertebral levels in the back. And when we're commenting on that, these bones here are vertebral levels, and the size of the lesion matters when we're looking at your MRIs and when we're reviewing them with you. MS tends to affect more of the sensory tracts and the lateral side of the spinal cord. NMOSD typically tends to be longer segments, at least 3 vertebral levels or longer, and involves a substantial more part of the cord. And I'll go through these MRIs with you in just a minute. And then MOGAD, it's kind of been variable. Sometimes it can be short or longer segments, but involves the more central part of the spinal cord when it happens. So these 4 here, A, B, C, and D, these are all typical looking multiple sclerosis. It's very short segment myelitis. It's got this kind of ring enhancing pattern when they administer the contrast. You see down here in B, I know it's small, my apologies, but you see it's kind of off to the side. Over here, E, F, G, and H all represent NMOSD. And you see this big, long lesion here. And you see this kind of more central enhancement pattern. And you see down here in F where it involves more of the cord. These are things that might be cluing your new neurologist that the disease diagnosis may not be exactly right. And then over here in MOGAD, it's best visualized down here in J. You see that there's hyperintensity, brightness in the middle of the spinal cord. And again, that might give your new physician a clue that we might not be dealing with typical multiple sclerosis and need to go looking for something else to treat you the best way possible.
Dr. Walsh, they're not seeing your slides.
Really?
Need you to re-share. Can you screen share?
I'm so sorry. How about now?
Yes. We can see your slides, but maybe you just want to show
Yeah.
the one slide.
Yeah,
The
let me go
content
back.
slide.
Let me go back. Okay. I'm so sorry. Okay, so pictures always help a little bit
It's
more.
okay, it's technology, it's technology. Take a deep breath. Everybody take a nice breath. Put your hands on your belly. Exhale out through your nose. And we will reset. Okay, you can talk slow, it's okay.
This is probably the most profound picture that I have. So I'll go back to this picture, and then if there are any other pictures, I'll go back at the end. So we're talking about myelitis, and when we review our spinal cord imaging with you, and when we review it individually, we look for different patterns of how things look. So over here in A, B, C, and D, this is what typical multiple sclerosis looks like. So you see this short segment, so it's only about 1.5 vertebral bodies. It involves the lateral side of the spinal cord here. This enhancement pattern after you get that gadolinium with your MRI that you often get, this is kind of ring enhancing, open ring enhancing. And so that's what that means there. E, F, G, and H are all more typical of NMOSD. And so we see that it's a long segment here from C2 down here to 6. And it's in the central of the spinal cord here versus MS, which is in the back there. And it enhances at multiple areas here. And if you look down here in F, it's involving a much bigger proportion of the spinal cord here. So these are things that give a clue to your neurologist that they may not be dealing with multiple sclerosis, but dealing with another disease that looks like multiple sclerosis sometimes. And then I, J, K, and L over here are all suggestive of MOGAD. And it's most profound down here in J, where this is affecting the central part of the spinal cord. And that area postremia syndrome that I had discussed was a unique area of the brain that's over in the medulla. And this causes intractable hiccups, nausea, and vomiting. And when patients get this, it often lasts longer than 24 hours. It's quite rare, but when it's seen, it's very unique to NMOSD, not seen in MS and rarely seen in MOGAD. And then you may have heard the term ADEM, acute disseminated encephalomyelitis. And this means inflammation of both the brain and the spinal cord simultaneously. It's seen predominantly in children and may cause confusion or other mental status change. And this is associated with positive MOGAD antibodies. So how do we diagnose you with any of these diseases? So we diagnose multiple sclerosis with the 2017 McDonald's criteria. This has been revised multiple times and probably coming up to another revision here in the next year or two. And this is on the principle of dissemination in space and dissemination in time. So we look for lesions that are characteristic for multiple sclerosis in your brain and your spinal cord. And then we look for dissemination in time, so lesions that occur over time. So either new lesions on MRI to clinical events. Sometimes we use a lumbar puncture to substitute for this criteria. For NMOSD, we have 2015 International NMOSD diagnostic criteria. And this requires either one core clinical event, which is optic neuritis, myelitis, or that area postremia syndrome that we discussed, and positive serum aquaporin 4 IgG antibodies. And serum aquaporin 4 antibodies are very specific for the disease. If your antibodies are positive and you've had a clinical event, you have this disease. If you have negative antibodies and your neurologist is highly suspicious, then you technically need 2 clinical events to make the diagnosis. MOGAD, we don't yet have diagnostic criteria. We've got some proposed criteria back in 2018, but most of us work on the principle of you have to have a clinical event of optic neuritis, myelitis, or ADEM, and a positive serum anti-MOG IgG antibody. So how do we treat you when you have a relapse? Thankfully, most people are treated essentially the same. Most people need steroids like we had previously discussed. They need IV methylprednisone, typically 1,000 milligrams daily for 3 to 5 days. If you have NMOSD, you might need both the steroids and plasma exchange. Plasma exchange is different than steroids. Very simply put, they take out some of your blood, they clean it in a machine and put it back in so that we get the antibodies out of the blood that are attacking you. And MOGAD can be very steroid dependent. It often requires some amount of oral steroids over 3 to 6 months, or if there's a transient worsening of symptoms. So immunotherapy, disease modifying therapy. We are in the day and age of multiple sclerosis. So we have 20 drugs approved for multiple sclerosis, with our first drug approved all the way back in 1993. And then our most recent drug, ponesimod, was approved in March of this year. NMOSD, we've had 3 drugs approved in the very recent years. So Solaris was approved in 2019, Uplizna was approved in 2020, and then Inspring in 2020 as well. And then for MOGAD, we have no drugs approved yet, but there's many drugs that we use off-label, and there's ongoing clinical trials for this. And so in conclusion, not everything with optic neuritis and myelitis is multiple sclerosis. Your neurologist may test for other diseases now that testing is more readily available and newer drugs are available as well. And so please don't be alarmed if your diagnosis changes, since we are now understanding all of these diseases. We understand better how to clinically differentiate and how to best treat you. All right, and let me go back to the beginning and see. I had a couple tables here, which, Mindy, are the slides going to be shared with everybody, or?
That's up to you.
Okay, I'm okay with it.
That's very generous of you.
Are there questions?
Let's see here. I don't see any. This is so new for people, I think, that I don't see any actual questions at this moment. How does someone go about like getting diagnosed with that? Like, what would you suggest?
So thankfully, both these tests are just blood tests. It's not a repeat spinal tap. It's just an ask your neurologist. Are you positive the diagnosis is right? If you have listened to this lecture and now you are doubting the diagnosis, feel free to ask your neurologist. Say, could it be another disease? And what about these other diseases that I've heard about? They may say, looking at your MRIs, this looks very classic multiple sclerosis, and I don't think we need to test anymore. Or they might say, okay, this does look a little atypical. I see what you're saying, and let me run some additional blood work.
That's very helpful. That's very helpful. It is very rare, correct? And so would a neurologist typically look for this, or does the patient need to be more proactive and ask the doctor?
I think it all depends on where you're at. I think that the education is increasing about it, and it is rare. So multiple sclerosis is about 300 to 400 in 100,000 people versus less than 10 per 100,000 people for both NMOSD and MOGAD. But now that we have better testing for it, a lot of neurologists are starting to look for it more and more. So I'm always an advocate of being proactive for yourself as a patient, making yourself the best version of yourself possible. So if you have questions, ask your neurologist. Sometimes my patients don't even realize that their neurologist already did test them for these diseases.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you for having me.
I look forward to meeting you in person. You live in Michigan, so I look forward to it. I know everyone's very excited that you've joined the Mind.
Thank you.
All right, it is time for a break, and we're going to do, first we're going to have a video, and then we're going to be doing some trivia questions for some of these wonderful prizes. So keep on the lookout in the chat.
I was trained as a physician. I stopped doing that because of cognitive issues. Like anytime you would say something, I would start falling asleep. And then she put me in this pose. And suddenly I came out after like 5-10 minutes and I felt re-energized, full of energy, and I was awake the rest of the class. I haven't read a book in maybe 10 years because of being sleepy or can't concentrate. And I was finally able to read a 300-page book, so I was so happy. Don't look back. Don't think about the past of what you were. Think about what you can become, who you can become now with this new diagnosis.
Thank you, Dr. Vina. Vina is one of our Yoga Moves MS students. We are so lucky to have her. And when she was doing the tape together with Adam, and they both agreed about being able to read a book, I realized how critical and important that is. We don't realize how fatigue can impact individuals with MS. Before we have our next speaker, which we're really excited about, let's just take a little break, and you may have be seated, and you might want to stand, or you may want to stay seated, but perhaps take a twist by sitting straight and tall and feeling your feet on whatever they're touching, your sit bones on the chair. Breathe in and then breathe out. And you're going to take your right hand outside your left thigh, or maybe you have a handle on your chair and you might touch that, and bring your left hand behind you and gently twist. Take a few breaths in your twists. Twists can be so refreshing. Breathe in through your nose and then breathe out through your nose. Breathe in and breathe out. And let's take a twist the other way. So no matter whether we know which is our right or our left, take your opposite hand outside your opposite thigh. As you twist, let your neck twist last. The neck is very, very special, and we want to treat it with care. So we turn it slowly in line with our spine. Breathe in. Breathe out once you find your full range of motion, which is different for everybody. And then inhale, come back to center, and maybe lift your right arm overhead. And then exhale, take a side bend, and your arm may be bent or it may be straight. Ooh, my arm is going out into the clouds somewhere here. Take a nice stretch, tack your hips down. And as you breathe, feel expansion in your rib cage. And then exhale and lower that arm down. I want you guys to know that you are doing yoga. Adam talked about it in the video if you saw it at our pre-event. By the way, you will be able to see the video in the exhibit hall. You will be able to see it. We may play it at the end of today. So no worries if you weren't able to sign on early or you missed it. The other side, doing the side bend on the other side towards your left. And maybe the arm straightens and maybe it doesn't. Each side is so different for all of us. Press down through your feet. Breathe in. See if you can feel your belly expanding, your ribs making space in between them. And then inhale, lower your arms down into your lap. And I hope that was a little refreshing. Please make sure to move. It's a long time to sit. And we are going to move on with our next speaker. I'm very, very excited to introduce Dr. Evan Smith. Oh, wait, I'm being slowed down. You want to do a trivia question?
Nope. Questions for presenters in the Q&A.
Okay. We would like to offer that it may be best to put the questions in the Q&A instead of the chat so they don't get lost in the chat. So if you have specific questions, please put them in the Q&A and we will try to make sure they are addressed either this afternoon or they will be put in the virtual exhibit booth. All right, now on to Dr. Evan Smith. I'm so excited to introduce him. Is he on now? Oh, there he is. Hello, Dr. Smith. So happy to see you. And so one of our students actually suggested that we contact Dr. Smith, and what a wonderful suggestion it was. And you're going to find out. So his title of his presentation is Finding Your Compass to Navigate Life with MS. He learned about he is a rehab psychologist and clinical assistant professor in the Department of Physical Medicine and Rehab, otherwise known as PM&R, Division of Rehabilitation Psychology and Neuropsychology, RPN. That one I hadn't heard about. He serves as the attending psychologist at the University of Michigan Multiple Sclerosis Center, a comprehensive center for MS care, as designated by the National MS Society. His clinical role focuses on providing evidence-based psychotherapy services with patients and families living with MS, chronic health conditions, and disability through an interprofessional team-based approach. Dr. Smith is passionate about expanding access to care, serving historically marginalized, underserved communities, and is the co-director of the PM&R RPN Health Equity and Anti-Racism Task Force, RPN HEART. I love that, HEART. He has also served as the chairperson for the American Psychological Association Division of Rehabilitation Psychology Science Committee from 2016 to 2018, and an APA Program Committee 2019 to present. Now you get to see what a gem he is.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Mindy. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you loud and clear.
Super. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay, and now you should just be seeing the slides, hopefully. I'll just take that as a yes. It's so great to be with everyone here today. My name is Evan Smith. I'm a rehabilitation psychologist. And most times people don't know what a rehabilitation psychologist is. So my specialty work is working with people with chronic health conditions and disabilities specifically. And like Mindy said, I'm the attending psychologist in the MS Center here at University of Michigan. For those who can't see me, I am a white man with short brown and gray hair. I have a short brown beard. I'm wearing a blue collared shirt with blue and gray tie. I am sitting in a room with white walls with a brown bookshelf to my right. Just a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. I did receive honorarium to present the information today. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. It's just been an amazing panel so far, and it's been an amazing experience to be with all of you in this community today. Today's information is really intended for educational purposes. So while I am a psychologist, I'm not necessarily your psychologist. It is intended just for educational purposes. I'm really grateful to be here today, and it's such a unique opportunity for all of us to be here today. Just around the world, people are checking in. So, if you're here and you're here for yourself, or you're here for this community, type it in the chat. Say, I'm here for you if you're here for this community today. And we'll be trying to accomplish a couple of goals today. So one would be learning an evidence-based approach to navigating life with MS. Participants will be able to consider applying a value-based compass to their daily activity in service of moving towards thriving with MS. And participants will learn how to bring intention to each day and move toward a life well lived with MS. So here's how we're going to do that. I will briefly introduce acceptance and commitment therapy, which Dr. Gretchen briefly introduced earlier, and I'm so grateful for her team-based approach. Then we're going to make contact with this present moment with each other. I know we've been doing some mindfulness today. We might do a little bit more during this talk. I'll go ahead and define what values are, and then define really what does it mean to live a value-based life with MS. And then ultimately we'll kind of take this through with an example showing how this value-based compass can be applied to daily living. And time permitting, I'm sure we'll have time to answer a couple of questions now or afterward. So cognitive and behavioral interventions, including cognitive behavioral therapy, which some folks may already be aware of, they're based on the idea that cognitive and emotional well-being can be better understood through skill-based approaches to understanding helpful and unhelpful thought patterns and modifying them in service of enhancing the way that someone feels and behaves. Cognitive behavioral interventions have a strong evidence base for improving well-being with people who experience significant and persistent mental health symptoms and or disorders. And this goes for people who live with MS and people who don't live with MS. Acceptance and commitment therapy is sort of referred to as this third wave. So it's one of the newer cognitive behavioral approaches, though it is about 30 years old. So it's got a pretty strong evidence base on its own. And this type of cognitive behavior therapy balances mindfulness and acceptance processes with commitment and behavior change processes in service of reducing suffering while also fostering engagement in value-guided actions. This framework really focuses on a number of components that you can kind of see here in this model, which is called the hexaflex, and that's hopefully the last jargony term I use today. And these components align to allow for non-judgmental awareness of uncomfortable or unhelpful thoughts without necessarily modifying those thoughts to develop psychological flexibility. And this psychological flexibility is a combination of these skills that allow us to be more connected to the present moment while acting in service of our long-term values instead of our short-term impulses. So we don't have time to cover all of this today. So for today's talk, we'll be focusing on learning more about connecting with the present moment to our values, and then intentionally committing to action in service of those values. So when we connect with the present moment, this is really referring to engaging specifically in this moment. This allows for experiencing life more fully and considering the current situational context to inform optimized decision-making. Values are the ideas and concepts about ourselves and the world that help to guide decision-making. And committed action really acknowledges that there are aspects of most situations that we can and cannot control. Often in living with MS, there are experiences that you didn't vote for, that you did not consent to, and yet they're occurring. And in acknowledging this reality and understanding one's own values, we can choose which behaviors will amplify our values each day, despite those circumstances. Now, before we learn more about values, let's take a moment to contact this moment together. And bring your attention to the next 15 minutes. And if you feel comfortable, you can go ahead and close your eyes as we engage in a brief mindfulness practice. So begin by grounding your body into the earth or the seat beneath you. Noticing that your body can rely on the environment for support. Begin slowing your breath with deep, slow inhales through the nose. Pause and slow, purposeful exhales out through the mouth. Notice the cool air coming in through the nose, being warmed by the body, and leaving the body with each breath out. Notice what sensations you might be feeling without judgment, and allow them to occur without resistance. Notice the tension begin to disengage, and the muscles of the body unclench. As you continue to breathe, acknowledge gratitude for yourself and the people who might be here with you, and that you've made a decision today to attend this forum in service of your own well-being. Acknowledge that this is an act of reclamation. Acknowledge the community you are a part of and the support you've cultivated by being here today. And we'll take 1 or 2 more deep breaths, and as you set your intention, I invite you to approach the remainder of this talk with curiosity. Values are like a compass, and on the next few slides, you'll see a black and white compass. Knowing your most important values can serve as a guide to navigate obstacles that arise along your journey. Values aren't tangible. We can't really reach out and touch them or see them or hear them. They're concepts about who we are and what we hold to be meaningful. They're not a destination or a goal, but an ever-changing, ongoing framework to approach daily living. Values are also not good or bad or right or wrong. They're individualized preferences. Values are kind of like toppings on pizza. Most people can find a type of pizza that they like or they enjoy, but everybody likes a little bit of a different topping on their pizza. So just because I don't like pineapple on my pizza doesn't make someone bad or wrong for liking pineapple on their pizza. Values are generally consistent throughout adulthood, though they are not entirely static. As we experience and move through life, our circumstances, commitments, relationships, and experiences change. And so naturally, our values will grow and evolve with those changes. For example, my values from 15 years ago are not the exact values that I hold now, because they have evolved to meet the demands of a life that has changed. This evolution is important to consider and recognize with some regularity in service of creating a greater alignment with our lived experiences. What we have found in the literature is that a strong alignment between what we do or our actions and the values that we hold to be most important can actually improve quality of life for people with MS. And this usually leads people towards a life that thrives with MS. Now, on the flip side of this, when there's misalignment between what we do, our behaviors, the situations we find ourselves in, and there's a misalignment between that and our values, we have the opposite direction. Usually there's less quality of life and the risk for developing suffering. In addition, this value-based compass can also provide insights about our own motivation. Motivation generally boils down to 2 main ingredients. How confident are we that we could engage in this behavior at this time would be one. And the other one is, how important is it to us to engage in this behavior? And this level of importance can be directly linked to how meaningful and aligned that behavior is with our most important values. So, for example, my wife's a Packers fan. And let's say, we divide up our household chores and it's her turn to take out the trash, but it's Monday Night Football and there's 2 minutes left to go and the Packers are down by 2. Now, she may have a 10 out of 10 confidence that she could perform this task. However, this behavior is nowhere near as important as finishing that game and rooting on her team. So it's highly unlikely that that behavior is going to be performed in that moment. Once the barrier is removed or the football game is over, this behavior may seem more important and more aligned with her values, and she may likely engage in that behavior. So now here we see the compass icon on the left as well as a map icon on the right with a dotted line towards an X. The map can represent any number of situations that arise in daily life or even your goals. Your values tell you which direction to go, while your goals are the steps that help you to get closer to living a life of meaning with MS. Oftentimes, when making decisions about what to do, the answer is not completely clear. For the most important decisions, we can feel conflicted, and that's common. This conflict may be an indicator that two or more of your important values are actually competing with each other. Again, that's not right or wrong or good or bad, but it is helpful to consider and be knowledgeable about when you're weighing those choices. So recognizing your most important values will actually provide you a powerful guide or a compass to examine your path forward in optimizing your functioning and wellness. And this can go in a number of different domains of functioning. So we think about healthcare navigation, selecting what kind of disease modifying therapy, selecting what kind of provider would work best with you, engaging in your own healthcare, whether it be your dietary choices or nutrition or sleep behaviors or exercise regimen, financial wellness, communication, developing relationships, establishing care partners who truly understand what it means to live with MS and your lived experience. And self-care activities that you do in service of your own well-being directly for you. So let's use an example to highlight how this value-based compass can be used in daily life. And let's meet Sasha. Sasha is a 36-year-old African-American cisgendered woman who was diagnosed with relapsing remitting MS in 2012. She experiences moderate, intermittent, and varying fatigue and neuropathic pain. She's employed full-time as a sales executive for a Fortune 500 company, and she has a husband and 2 young children. So Sasha engages in an assessment of her own values, and the website that you could go to for one of those is down in the bottom right hand of the corner. And she finds that her most important values are authenticity, so to be open to and accepting of myself, others, life, etc. Caring, to be caring towards myself, others, the environment, etc. Gratitude, to be grateful for and appreciative of the positive aspects of myself, others, and life. Independence, to be self-supportive and choose my own way of doing things. Self-development, to keep growing, advancing, or improving in knowledge, skills, character, or life experience. And trust, to be trustworthy, to be loyal, faithful, sincere, and reliable. Now, many of you may be familiar with this model. This is the person-centered care model of comprehensive care in MS. It is critically important to build an interdisciplinary healthcare team that meets your needs and empowers you to be an effective and active participant in your own healthcare. As many on this call today have likely experienced, this can be a full-time job in and of itself, and it's not paid, which often necessitates self-advocacy and thoughtful consideration of one's own values to determine how they navigate a multitude of healthcare choices. So when Sasha considers her MS team, she uses her compass to direct which providers she selects. For her, she decides that the most important features of a healthcare provider are ones who empower her towards independence, demonstrate caring, and facilitate trust. She seeks out providers who acknowledge the historical untrustworthiness of the American medical institution towards persons who have been marginalized or minoritized, and demonstrate a commitment to providing equitable healthcare. She also knows that committing to her own healthcare will support her overall health and well-being in the context of living with MS. And that being said, from time to time, she encounters challenges, but in using her compass, she knows she can navigate her way through. So let's take one of these as an example. On days when Sasha wakes up feeling more fatigued than she expected, even though she slept fully through the night and had about 8 hours, she then has to make some choices. And in using her values, she makes the choice to modify her morning workout routine from 30 minutes of walking to 15 minutes of active stretching to facilitate her own independence. This modification allows her to prioritize her activity for the remainder of the day based in her values to apply her remaining energy towards those values with the highest impact. Sasha is also a high-performing sales executive working about 40 or 50 hours a week. And she was just offered a promotion. That comes with a raise, but it also comes with a commitment to 60 hours of work during the week. So this is a difficult decision, and she notices when she reflects on her compass that there is a conflict between some of her values. There is a conflict between the values of self-development, taking a new job, it's an exciting new role, and caring, as she's going to have less time to spend with her family. She ultimately decides to negotiate a lower pay raise with this promotion in order to maintain her current level of work hours. Sasha also has meaningful connections and personal people in her life who she trusts, though she has noticed more conflict with her parents recently. They often insist on doing things for her even when she doesn't ask and she knows she can do those things for herself. She curiously wonders, why does this bother her so much? Even though she knows that they mean well. She recognizes that her value of independence is actually being violated in these moments. This understanding helps her to think through how to communicate with her parents what she is thinking, how she's feeling, and communicate with her parents more effectively. Between a number of competing demands in her life, Sasha is noticing limited time to care for her own needs. Upon reflecting on this dynamic and using her compass, she's noticing that there is an imbalance and misalignment with her values. She's noticing that there has been neglect of her value of gratitude for herself. She then coordinates with her husband to protect an extra hour of time next weekend so that she can relax and read a novel in the bathtub. This was an example designed to illuminate the connection between what we do each day and how we can be thoughtful about the values we hold. So you may be asking yourself now, well, what could I do? So here are a couple of steps going forward. Review and assess your own value set. There's one that's presented in the slides. There are also a number of them available online. Finding the right words to describe your values are important, but it's the evidence base is really in the process described today. So if you find one that works for you, great, find those words and then use this as an idea to think about your values for yourself. As a daily practice, remind yourself of these core set of values to strengthen your compass that you can take with you almost as an invisible compass each day. And ask yourself, what's the one thing, one value-based activity I am not currently doing, but I'll consider doing in the next week? Now, usually the easiest way to go about this is to think about it in terms of what would be the lowest effort I'd have to put in for the highest impact. And then lastly, consider making intentional efforts to reinforce when you or the people in your life affirm your values by doing something of meaning. That is all I have for you today. I hope that was helpful, and I'm happy to answer any other questions that might have come up. I haven't been able to monitor the chat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. Let's see what we got in the chat here.
All right.
Is this a type of acceptance disorder? Are there times of re-experiencing levels of acceptance, such as Kubler-Ross?
It's a great question. I'm not familiar totally with the context of the question, but I would say that acceptance is variable. It's going to depend on how you feel each day. It is a skill, just like playing the piano is a skill. It requires practice. So when we practice acceptance every day, when it comes to the performance, when it's needed, it's going to work pretty well. If we didn't practice the piano for 6 months and then we had to put on a recital, we probably wouldn't feel too confident that we can do it consistently. So I would say, yes, acceptance can be variable, and the outcomes of being able to approach a day with curiosity and acceptance can be challenging, but with practice, it does get easier.
You're getting lots of kudos and thank you. Very helpful, very cool presentation. I love this compass model. Are there any suggestions as we close on how to integrate this into daily life? I'm not hearing Dr. Smith.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Was that a question for me?
Yeah, you know, I mean,
Mhm.
it's really like, I know for me, looking at a model and then going, oh, I gotta put this in, you know, like any
Mhm.
last thoughts you would put in about how to put this into our daily life to increase our resilience
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
thrive.
Yeah, I think that making contact with each moment is a really important part of this. Oftentimes, when we are thrust into the situation that we don't have control over, that we don't have an ability to modify immediately, we can feel overwhelmed. And when we feel overwhelmed, there are fMRI imaging studies that will demonstrate this. The brain does not work the same way. The resources that are dedicated to typically our thoughtfulness, our reasoning, our judgment parts of our brain networks, that energy is directed towards the parts of the brain that just keep us alive. So we can't, there's a big difference between reacting to a situation and responding to a situation. And coming in contact with that present moment through a mindfulness practice, a relaxation skill, a reminder that you are in charge of every moment, in charge of your own responses, can help people to bring out that compass if it's in their pocket, and then really use that to direct what they do next.
Right, a few more questions,
Sure.
and people are giving you such wonderful feedback. One asked, is there an app for your model?
I would have to look into it. It's not my model. Just I am a vehicle. I'm a messenger here. There are a lot more prolific and smarter people doing this work than me. I just happen to find that it works really well for people with MS that I work with. But that's a great question. Maybe I can look into if there are any apps specifically for this, and maybe we can reconnect after and post it.
Someone also asked what your favorite mindful app is.
I think, well, when we think about an evidence-based, Headspace is probably the most evidence-based mindfulness app out there right now. From my understanding, others might know better than me, but that's the one that I usually go to. I know there are free versions and there's ones that you pay for, but for the people that I know that use it, they really enjoy it.
I really enjoy the Insight Timer.
It's a good one
And
too.
that one is free as well.
Mhm.
Another question is, are there guidebooks or similar?
Yes, so in the references, and these slides will be posted, I recommend that you go to the two links there. They, Dr. Russ Harris is just probably one of the world's foremost experts on acceptance and commitment therapy, and all of those resources and potential trainings are actually on those websites.
So you're good with us sharing your slides? Someone just asked if they could see your slides after. We could put them in the exhibit hall if it's okay with you.
Of course, yeah.
Another question is this different than or combined with biofeedback? How can we locate this type of therapy for treatment team?
Those are two really good questions. Biofeedback could be incorporated with this, making a connection to the present moment. The strategies could be complementary. In terms of finding providers that would be able to specifically work with individuals on acceptance and commitment therapy, I would probably go to the National MS Society first. They have a repository of MS partners in care who are individual providers who are certified to be providing services with people with MS. They have a navigator program, which is exceptionally helpful in just pretty much navigating everything that comes along with MS, but specifically they can help people on an individual basis, work with them to find providers, hopefully in their area. Aside from that, I can look for other resources that I typically recommend, but just for the purposes of time, I won't go into all that.
All right. One other last question. It looks like the values are put in a computer program. How can I access that? I'm not sure if you've already answered that.
Yeah, I think if you go to the Happiness Trap website, there are some documents on there that serve as sort of like a values assessment. I think electronically is the only way that I could potentially provide the access to that right now. But there are a number of websites that have value assessments, and just keep in mind, it's really more about the process by which you use that information as opposed to finding the right words to describe your values. That's also very important, but the process is more around what the evidence base is circled around.
All right. I think that's it. Thank you so much. I think this is such a new novel concept. At least for me, it was. I didn't know until our student mentioned what you did and how much it has helped her and how much you've helped her. And so we feel very fortunate that you were able to present with us today on the forum.
No, the honor is mine to be here on this panel, to be with this community. It's an incredible group. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We're going to take a little break and show our next 1-minute video, and then we have a very special presenter for you.
I was working all over the state of Florida as an occupational therapist, going on with my daily life because I really didn't have any symptoms to treat or be considered at all. About 2013, I believe, when I started having some difficulties with my legs walking. So I thought I'd go and give it a try, and I did, and then I was hooked from then on. And truly it was something I looked forward to and couldn't wait for every day. It was like having a social party every day with friends that are in the same situation. They're at home, but we're all doing something to get healthy. I just try to focus on what is good that day, or what can I do that makes me happy that day.
Hello, everyone. How is our trivia going? Are you guys answering in the chat? If you win, we need to know what your address is, because if we don't have your address, we cannot send you the prize. So please make sure that if you're the winner, that you can either email me at mindy@yogamovesms, or you can put it directly into the chat to me. All right, looks like we have our next speaker on board, Dr. Voci. So it is your turn to introduce our rock star presenter.
All right, thank you, Mindy. Greetings from Chicago, the new Western Front for Yoga Moves MS. I do want to, well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I do want to thank Mindy and her Yoga Moves MS crew for putting together this wonderful presentation. Thrilled to see how many people are attending from not just across the US, but even over the pond in Europe as well. So a lovely gathering. Thank you all for being here today. Our next speaker is Dr. Rainy Aburashad. He has been a very, very good friend to Yoga Moves MS, and we are honored to have him here as our speaker. He serves as the Chief of Neurology and Director of the Multiple Sclerosis Center at the Memorial Institute for Neurosciences and MS He holds a clinical faculty position at Central Michigan University. He serves as the medical director for specialty care at Memorial Hospital. His clinic there is designated as a comprehensive center for multiple sclerosis care by the National MS Society. He has lectured extensively on various aspects of multiple sclerosis, both nationally and internationally. He has had numerous publications and abstracts regarding multiple sclerosis, progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy, as well as other autoimmune disorders of the central nervous system. His research team is currently focused on the role of blood biomarkers as a measure of predictive change in multiple sclerosis. He was the first in the United States to use neurofilament light chain, as well as other markers in trying to measure patient function with MS. He has served as principal investigator in numerous clinical trials to help advance the care of MS patients. He has received numerous awards, including the Richard Alper Memorial Award, the Michigan Medical Grant, as well as, and most importantly, the Yoga Moves MS Leadership Award, as well as many others. So Rainey, we are truly honored to have you here, and the virtual podium is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boski, and good afternoon, everybody. It's great to know that so many of you log into this. And number one, it is a sad day for me to see Dr. Voci in Chicago. He was a staple here in Michigan for many years, and
don't make us cry.
Hey, such an absolute pleasure to work with. So it would be understated if I didn't give him give him all the credit, because he truly has been an outstanding advocate for patients and really for Yoga Moves MS, as well as just empowering MS patients as a whole. So thank you, James. Great to see you. Second, to Mindy, obviously, you know what you're doing, and you've done a remarkable job of kind of building this virtual as well as real life network of MS patients. my patients, many of my patients see you regularly and are so excited to, at what you're able to offer them. And yes, to all those of you texting me and in my chat room, yes, go green. I see you all see the Sparty helmets behind me. So yes, go green. But the game's not for a little while. But with that, I would love to kind of give you guys an update on what we've been working on. COVID's been a quiet time for us on purpose. And I would love to kind of get you up to speed on some very cool aspects of our research. And so many of you did not come to this talk last year. I think a lot of people are new on this. And so I want to set the stage for you into what we do and what our focus is, and kind of what we've been trying to answer from a question standpoint in multiple sclerosis. So let's kind of break down MS in a very simplified way, and I think it'll help you understand what it is that I'm trying to accomplish. And so the way I described, someone says, do I have a video feed? Is my video not working, Mindy? It shows me that it's working.
I see you. Who doesn't see you?
I don't know, somebody in the chat just said, do I have a video feed? I promise I'm here. So some people—
I see you. I see you.
Okay, fair enough.
I hope everybody else does.
I hope you guys can see me. Okay, so let's kind of set the stage. So let's talk about multiple sclerosis first, and then we'll kind of build upon what we're going to do. So if I cut my arm with a knife and I put dirt into that wound, it's going to get infected, right? So what happens to the body when you get infected? Everyone try to focus and follow me on this pathway. It'll help you understand it. So when that infection occurs in my arm, I have a group of cells called the innate immune cells. These cells are made up of a combination of cells that are constantly surveilling our bodies. They look at the liver, the kidneys, the lungs. They look for anything foreign that is not something that is part of your body. They come to my arm where that dirt is. They attack that bacteria, and 95% of the time, those cells, those security guard cells, can destroy that bacteria, okay? 5% of the time, they are attacking that bacteria and they become overwhelmed by that bacteria, okay? The bacteria starts to replicate very rapidly, and all of a sudden that arm that was just a little cut before is now red and angry and ugly, all right? Maybe you're developing a little fever at this point. You're starting to see kind of an infection form around that area. So those security guard cells call your B cells and T cells, which are the cells located predominantly in your lymphocytes as well as in your gut tissue. And those cells are like our greatest fighters. And those cells jump into the bloodstream, they come to my arm, they clean up that bacteria, they take a picture of the bacteria, so now you have immunity to it, or if you're ever exposed to it again, those cells can immediately come out and kill it. So that would be a normal simplified immune process. So in multiple sclerosis, we always talk about demyelination. And what that means is the security guards are doing their normal surveillance. They come to the brain, they see the covering of the brain, myelin, there's a protein on that myelin that looks foreign to them for whatever reason. They attack it, they can't destroy it. They call T cells and B cells, and these cells come into your brain, attack your optic nerve, you get optic neuritis, they cause inflammation, you get optic neuritis and vision loss, and now you have multiple sclerosis. And then they leave and they take a picture of your myelin saying that this person has MS, okay? So let's focus on what happens when they're attacking that myelin. When the B cells and T cells come into the brain, we always talk about this disease as a demyelinating process. So we talk about myelin, myelin, myelin all the time, right? And for a long time, and it is true that MS is a predominantly demyelinating disease. But I want to take it a step further for you to understand contextually kind of what else occurs in the brain, in the central compartment of the brain and spinal cord, when you're talking about multiple sclerosis, okay? So as those cells come in, yes, myelin is destroyed. So myelinated fibers are what we call white matter fibers, okay? However, white matter fibers are not, and they're called white because the myelin looks white when it insulates the nerve. So in our brain, we have white matter fibers, which is myelinated, and gray matter fibers, which is unmyelinated, okay? MS is predominantly a disease of white matter, but there is gray matter involvement as well, okay? So it's not just the white matter that's being involved. So what's happening in MS is you have an inflammation of the myelin, and you have damage to the myelin. In addition to that, you have a degradation of gray matter, which is kind of that slow atrophy that's occurring behind the scenes at all times in an MS patient. In addition to that, you have a variety of other cells, some of which are called microglial cells, some of which are called astrocytic cells, some of which are called oligodendrogliatic cells. These cells all are part of this process of demyelination, remyelination, and atrophy. So what does that mean to you? Right now, you're all confused. You're saying, what the heck are you talking about? Let's break it down. Many of you know that most of my research is in a protein called neurofilament light. And I talked about this last year, and I've done several interviews about this. However, this was really just the beginning of our research, and we've held back a lot of what we've been doing for a very long time for this reason. So neurofilament light is very exciting, and we have thousands and thousands of samples now that we've collected from our patients over the course of the last 3 years. And we thank all of you who are on this call who have allowed us to do this as part of our research protocol. You have no idea how helpful this is. However, we always knew that neurofilament light was going to be one piece of the puzzle, right? We understood that neurofilament light was just a marker of that white matter track. And it showed us kind of underneath that demyelination, underneath that area of damage, it gave us an idea of how much of the foundation of that nerve is damaged or not, right? The problem with that is that if I was to come up to one of you today and punch you in the head, I would never do that. But if I was to punch you in the head very hard, you might get a concussion, right? Well, your neurofilament light level would go up from that concussion. So if I measure a football player's neurofilament light levels, they would likely go up after a significant head trauma. If I'm in a car accident and I hit my head, it might go up. If I have a stroke and I have damage in my brain, it might go up. So neurofilament light was not specific enough for multiple sclerosis. So our focus in our research was not to look at just neurofilament light as the basis. So we used that as the beginning, and we knew we needed that because it is a piece to the puzzle. But what's been most exciting for us is really developing upon that. And now what we've worked on over the course of the last period of time here is something that we're calling a biomarker multiplex. And what this is, and I want you to understand this, is we are looking at neurofilament light levels, which are occurring in white matter predominantly. We are then looking at 3 other proteins on top of the neurofilament light. So we're not just looking at one protein. So one of those proteins is something called gliofibrillary acidic protein, or GFAP. One of them is a protein called chitinase 3-like protein. And the other one is a protein that we are developing. And the idea behind this is we want to look at every facet of your MS. So not just the inflammatory component, but the degenerative component, as well as the remyelinative component. So we want to know what different levels of nerve damage are occurring at different parts of the brain. And when we take all that information, when we're able to gather all that information, we end up with really 4 data points. Those 4 data points give us an indication at any one time as to whether your disease is being aggressively inflammatory, predominantly atrophic, where we're losing gray matter predominantly. And then we also get an idea of how much repair is occurring. And so then what we're doing is taking that data, we're developing a database with that data, and then that data is being articulated through artificial intelligence and analyzed through artificial intelligence to develop a ratio of how we can look at decisions in your MS care much earlier than before. So the idea behind this is we want to be able to, in the future, in addition to your normal MRI, which are very helpful, in addition to that, we'd like to draw your blood, develop a score similar to scores that we use for some of our heart issues like atrial fibrillation, even concussion scores. We want a score that in real time gives us an indication of which way your multiple sclerosis is moving, how effective your medication is there suboptimal response or is there not? And so if we're able to do this the way we think we're going to be able to, and this is very complicated to do, this is not simple. And the reason this is when you think about it, in this room, there's hundreds of participants. Some of you are young and have began your MS journey, unfortunately, over the course of the last several years. And so you are in the state where physically, for the most part, you are functioning. If somebody on the outside looked at you, you would walk normal, you would talk normal. Cognitively, you're likely intact. You may have bad days, no question about it. You'll have days where your fatigue is profound. You'll have days where you feel less sharp. If you have an infection, you definitely feel symptoms, and I'm sure you have some tingling. That patient structurally is very different than the patient who's 62 years old, who's had this disease now for 25 or 30 years. That patient has noticed that I am just getting worse. So I saw a patient this week and I said, have you had any relapses or any new symptoms since I last saw you? And the answer was no, everything's been steady. And I said, okay, so you're doing pretty well, you're pretty stable. She said, no, I can't walk up the stairs as well as I was 6 months ago. So she essentially is giving me insight into this slow deteriorative progression. So for her, what that means is that her left-sided foot drop, which has been there for 15 years, is slightly worsened to the point where when she goes up the stairs, it might take her an extra 25 seconds. That slow degradation that patient is having is very different than the patient who has very aggressive, to the patient who has a new optic neuritis that resolves almost entirely within the course of 4 to 6 weeks. And so when you look at a disease like MS, a heterogeneous disease like MS, we need to get better at answering where you are on the spectrum of this disease. And so in this room, all of us talk about MS and we're talking about one disease, but you have to understand that every one of you, I love that, 66 and still a badass Sandy. I like that, Adam. But the idea behind this is, can I draw your blood when you're 32? Can I make an adjustment because your blood changes and the protein makeup that's occurring microscopically in your brain changes at 39? And then can I adjust your medication at 47 because the protein concentration changes again? And then do I need to do it again at 55, for example? And so Joy asked a great question. Is this smoldering MS or progression in the absence of relapses? So a little bit of both. So smoldering, these are terms made up by men. So I want to start by saying that. When we talk about smoldering MS or progression in the absence of relapses, great ideas and great definitions, but remember, none of that is, we don't understand those processes fully. We'd like to believe we do. We understand a lot about them, but we don't understand them fully. And so smoldering MS, or what she's talking about, is kind of that low grade. A lot of people think this is microglial in nature, where there's kind of this slow degradation occurring no matter what. So the cells come in, they attack, but they leave behind some bombs. And those bombs just sort of nip at your bud over the course of the next few years, and you slowly start to get worse. No, not go Purdue, Chris. So that becomes that smoldering MS where things are slowly deteriorating. Progression in the absence of relapses is really a fancier word for nothing brand new occurred, but I'm definitely getting worse. I'm definitely getting worse. So that patient walking up the stairs. So the answer to you, Joy, with that question is, I want a blood test that looks at various proteins at different compartments of your central nervous system. And I want to be able to differentiate, is this progression in the absence of relapses? Is this inflammatory predominantly? Is this atrophic, or is this other? Is this some other central nervous system disorder that's occurring in real time? And so it's a thought that I think many of us have had in the clinic, and those of us who do this, at a very high level, seeing a lot of patients, really struggle sometimes with patients who we have on what we consider very significantly aggressive or high efficacy treatments who continue to deteriorate. And so the speaker after me, Dr. Bieber, knows exactly what I'm talking about. Is we'll have patients who are on high efficacy therapy. We immunologically think we're doing what we need to do. We're controlling the so-called cells that are causing their MS. And at the end of the day, we end up with no relapses, which is good, no significant MRI changes, which is good, but we end up with a patient who still hasn't found that quality of life that we want. And so we want to be able to answer that question, and we want to be able to kind of help patients make decision from a medication standpoint much earlier, and can we get ahead of that progression? So that is our idea. That is where our research is at right now. And it's been very exciting to go through, very hard to do. I'm very tired, but we will get there, and all of us are tired. And it's not very easy, but we're blessed technologically with really some really cool tools from an ELISA standpoint now, using something called single molecule array, that we can now look at these microscopic proteins in a way that we couldn't before. And so what I would say to you as I wrap up, because my time is almost up, is two things. Number one is, do not lose hope. Those of you who are texting and talking about downhill, I understand. We see downhill. It breaks my heart every day. But we are working, many people around the country and world are working very hard to answer these questions. And I want you to remember something. MS, before 1993, we could do nothing. We literally could do very little, if anything. We would give some steroids on occasion, and we sort of watch people kind of march down. MS in 2021 has made leaps and bounds in terms of where we're at. We continue to work hard on remyelination. We continue to work hard at disease understanding and threshold modeling of treatment choices. And so what I would say to you is don't quit. Don't think that, and these things occur slow but rapid. And what I mean by that is, it's not going to be tomorrow, but it could be within 3 to 4 years that we have more information on this and have some type of, phase 2 trial theoretically that we're looking at in these types of things. And so, so to all of you who have this disease, and many of my patients are texting me right now. You guys are blowing up my phone. I love you guys too. What I would say is you are part of a disease process where there's a small number of clinicians in the world who do this, but the ones who do this, I can tell you, they care about this particular disease in a way that I think is truly passionate. And so we will get to the answers, and hopefully, as everyone says, be unstoppable as it comes to this. And so I will stop there, Mindy, and you can shoot some questions if you'd like, and then I'm excited to introduce Brandon to you guys.
All right, let's see. All kinds of wonderful kudos to you. Thank you for working so hard and tirelessly to help us. Fascinating research. Keep up the good work. Question, is this blood test for patients prior to permanent disability?
Yeah, so we're checking patients between the age of 18 and up. We don't stop at age. We don't care what stage you theoretically are in your multiple sclerosis. So we have serum across the board. I think our oldest patient is 74, 75 years old now that we have data on.
Okay. How can you know if your symptoms are going to get worse?
So the correct answer is we never know if they're going to get worse. But if you're talking to a clinician who's done this for a long period of time, we have seen just about everything. Yes, your case is its own fingerprint, no question about it. But there are subtle signs of things that we can glean and really understand if our treatments are at least controlling the big parts of multiple sclerosis. And so I think the most important thing I would say is there's no way to tell you you're going to get worse or you're not. But what I would say to you is we need to make sure you're on the optimal and correct therapy in your particular case. And that's not a straightforward answer always. That's a conversational answer, but I think we've gotten quite good at getting people on drugs that are highly effective, at least for the most part. And in 5 years, it's going to be vastly different. I remember the first time I ever wrote a very, very high efficacy MS drug years ago, Lemtrada. I mean, my patient, the first case in Michigan might be on here somewhere, I'm sure. I still remember that day. It was 6 or 7 years ago. And I remember I didn't sleep for 2 nights after I gave that drug. And I was nervous and I didn't know what was going to happen. And now I look back now at 6 years and we kind of write that or other drugs, we become, so in 6 years, it's going to be a very different conversation again. And so just remember that we're making huge progress in this. I can't hear you, Mindy.
You give such hope to so many, and it's coming through in the chat. Two more, how can we get this blood test and how do we get involved with your research?
So this is for our clinic patients. We are working on a mechanism to spread this out to other clinics around the country. It's not as simple as we wanted it to be because we have to resubmit our IRB for every place and add a subgroup, add a subgroup, add a subgroup. But there's been a lot of physicians around the country who've asked for this on individual cases, for example, and they just sort of want to know, if, I have this weird case, can I kind of just see what it is? Obviously seeing us, you will have this done. Anyone who comes to us will have this done. It's part of we offer it to every MS, every new consult that we see and every follow-up that we see. But I think the age of understanding that it's still research-based is important. So many patients want to know their numbers and I will not give them to you. The FDA won't allow me to. I have to keep this information private because making treatment decisions based on a test that has not been fully validated is not allowed. And rightfully so, that's to protect you. And so we at least, at this stage, we have enough clinical trials with protein biomarking that we're able to kind of plug patients into certain ones when we need to.
Okay, thank you so much. I think if there's any more questions, we will put answers in the exhibit hall for you. We're going to show one more video just to set the tone before we move on to Dr. Bieber's presentation. Those of you who were not able to see at the pre-event the full 9-minute, it will be in the virtual exhibit hall and you definitely will want to see it. It will widen your hearts even more than they already are open. So with that, enjoy.
I was a workaholic before I came down with MS. I got back into therapy in June and the light bulb clicked and I just decided that I wasn't going to be it. I'm willing to do anything, try anything to get better, so I did. I hopped on there one day and everyone was super welcoming, and so I started doing it and it helped immensely. I think it was about February of this year I just decided that I was going to go on a road trip, a solo road trip out to Montana to actually get a tattoo done from a guy that did part of my arm a couple years before that. Now that I was able to drive again, I was gonna do it. That's how I work. If I set my mind to something, that's it. Like, it's gonna happen.
I hope you enjoyed that. Our students provide so much hope and they demonstrate so much resilience. And now on to our next speaker.
Can I introduce Mindy?
You take it away, Dr. Rani.
All right, so I'm going to leave you guys after this. I do have to run. I'm on call, but I wanted and I asked Mindy if I would be able to introduce Dr. Bieber to you guys because I have a profound amount of respect for him, and I think he is a huge asset to have, for you guys to be able to listen today. So Dr. Brandon Bieber is on the West Coast. So he's a California kid, but he is a well-known and well-regarded neuroimmunologist who has a profound, not only understanding physiologically of MS and the treatments that are out there, but also from a holistic standpoint, I think does a remarkable job of kind of tying patients' emotional journey into their treatment. And so it really spoke to me, and I recommend everyone on this group pick up his book, which is called Resilience in the Face of Multiple Sclerosis. It is as a clinician who does this, I've never told Brandon this, I've read this book. As a clinician who does this, there's something to be said for being able to put down into words kind of what patients go through from a narrative standpoint. And so he does a lot of work in epidemiology, and a lot of his work that I think is most useful to patients is really, and even to doctors around the country and world, is his work on Twitter. So if you don't follow him on Twitter, I would highly recommend it. It's @Brandon_Bieber, and I think he can give you that at the end. He almost daily will post either videos that are highly educational for patients, but even more so, I think he does a great job of diving into the science that many clinicians, I remember our fellows, we usually make them watch some of his videos when it comes to breaking down certain studies. So I will leave you guys with that. I love you all. Mindy, fantastic job as always. And I wanted to take one last second to honor a good friend of mine. I wasn't on earlier, but I imagine something was said, but Mr. Ryan Demps, who passed away unexpectedly recently, a huge champion of the multiple sclerosis community and someone near and dear to all of us who knew him, just a fantastic human being. So I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, given the opportunity. So thank you, Mindy. Brandon, take it away. It's all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Randy. Namaste.
Thank you.
So can I just check if the microphone is working? Can you hear me okay, Mindy?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. And is there a way for me to share my slides here?
Yes, there should be a share screen at or share button at the bottom of your screen.
There we go. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I'm blown away by that. Are you guys able to see my slides here?
Yes, can you highlight just the one slide that you're on?
I'll change to view show.
There you
Okay,
go.
so I'm honored to be here. I really appreciate the invitation. And I know in a way it's difficult sometimes to switch gears to a little bit of a softer topic. Of course, the main concern is to advance our treatment of multiple sclerosis so that we can hopefully in the future cure everyone, or at least make everyone have minimal symptoms. But in the meantime, I think this is a very important topic. And in many ways, MS is an invisible disease. I couldn't look at someone and say how bad their MS is or how severe their symptoms are. A lot of people with MS report pain and fatigue, for instance, as being their most severe symptoms. But my interest in psychological resilience really stems from my patients, because over the years, I would meet people who really had a lot of problems for MS, but I didn't necessarily notice a strong correlation between the disease and happiness in life. Even a lot of my patients were just amazing. Even if they had a lot of problems, they lived happy and productive lives. They were resilient, and perhaps even more surprising is they weren't always like that. A lot of people struggled in the beginning. It was devastating to them. They had severe depression. It interfered with their life and they couldn't cope with it. But later on, they became stronger and stronger, because resilience is more of a process than a trait. It's not something you were born with. It's something that's forged over time through your experiences and your actions. And I want to start off with a story. And this is a real person, Sandra Orozco. This is her actual name, with permission, of course. And you probably don't know who she is, particularly if you're not from the Los Angeles area. And I'll tell you in just a moment. So this is a quote from January 19th, 1993. And she describes her symptoms from a severe relapse that led to her diagnosis of MS. My head was spinning. I was in severe pain. On a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 20. I couldn't even turn my head to the left because I was in such pain. I had paralysis of my right face. My throat had closed down and I could not eat. I had peripheral blindness of both eyes. I felt like I was dying. I lost faith. I lost hope. I lost my career as a healthcare professional. I was slowly going into a state of depression and I felt worthless to society. I went to my nephew Jonathan when he was 7 days old and I said to him, I'm not going to be around. I'm going to be a little angel watching over you. And this is not uncommon for people with MS, particularly during a severe relapse, to feel so bad that they feel that they're dying. Of course, she wasn't dying, and she did improve significantly. But the point I want to try to make is that she had a lot of difficulties. So a little bit of a background on Sandra is that she grew up in a working class, blue-collar family. She was the first person in her family to attend college. She was very religious, and she was very successful. She became a healthcare administrator, and she was interested in quality control, and she would work with hospitals to improve their management of things like stroke and heart failure and diabetes. And she became well-respected and successful, and she would go and give talks to educate other people about how to maximize quality and follow regulations. And after this relapse, she could no longer work, and so much of her life was about working and being productive that she was devastated. Now, was she resilient at the beginning? The answer is no. She was devastated. She was severely depressed. In fact, she had to be 5150 and taken to a psychiatric hospital, and she had a lot of problems, many of which you couldn't even see. She had severe trigeminal neuralgia and fatigue, and she even reported some cognitive problems. But here is Sandra today. Now, as you can see, her MS didn't go away, and in fact, she later developed progressive MS, and in terms of her motor symptoms, she slowly worsened over time. She can really only walk short distances with a walker. But the smiles aren't just for the photographs. She's a very happy person. And when I first met her, I was surprised to learn that she actually lives alone, is completely independent in all of her activities, and she's very productive. When I went to meet her for the interview, she had someone drop her off there because she can't operate a vehicle because her legs are too weak. And then at the end of the interview, she had someone else come and pick her up. She's a very social person. She knows everyone everywhere, and she's not afraid to call out a favor. And what happened to her is that, she did go back to work for a period, but later as she became more disabled, she could no longer work in healthcare administration. But she sort of shifted gears. She became interested in politics, and she would go to different city council meetings and meet a lot of politicians and influence them and organize various movements to set up things like local police stations and changing the school curriculum and set up local hospitals. And she actually became very prominent at one point because of something called the City of Bell scandal. This was at one point national news in 2010. And what happened is that some of the city officials were stealing money from the city's resources and adding to their own salaries. And it was outed by some reporters from the Los Angeles Times. And it was a huge scandal. And Sandra was one of the people who was protesting against it, which eventually led to many, many people going to jail and getting new administration into the city. And she has various achievements and has won numerous awards. And she's a very, very happy and pleasant person. And if you ask her how she did it, I think that she would say, one, her religious community. She's a religious Christian, and she has a deep faith, and she has made tremendous social connections through her church. And two would be her relationships with other people. She has a lot of friends, and she's really not afraid to ask for a favor, to sort of reach out for help. And the third is her willingness to have a positive attitude and to try new things and to shift gears in life. And everyone is different, and everyone has a different story, and different things will work for different people. And what I would encourage you to do is I'm going to give you some different ideas. And of course, not all of them will appeal to you, but maybe you'll like a few things that I say, and you could write them down and try to take action on them. And so people talk about the so-called stress diathesis model of resilience. Of course, negative experiences in life aren't good. Having MS isn't good. It's bad, but some people are able to handle adversity a little bit better than others and achieve the best possible outcome. And so you can see on the x-axis, let's say this is the environment or the experience ranging from negative to positive, and this is the outcome, like happiness, sense of meaning in life, productivity. And you can see that with more negative experiences, people tend to do worse, but the resilient individual is more capable of withstanding the stress and on the average is likely to have a better outcome. And so there's a whole science to resilience. And what some people have found is that even after a stressful event, some people surprisingly find something positive. And so this is research from Tedeschi and Calhoun studying people who had severe stress and depression after the September 11th attacks against the World Trade Center. And they note that a lot of people who suffer adversity are aware of new opportunities and new possibilities. In the case of Sandra, even though she could no longer work as a healthcare professional, she realized a new ambition and became involved in politics and became more involved in religion. Some people develop stronger personal relationships and stronger emotional connections to other people who suffer, particularly of the same adversity. A lot of people with MS, they didn't particularly care or know anything about MS, but because of the disease, they go to support groups, they meet others with the disease, are able to do a lot of volunteer work and form friendships they otherwise never would have had. Many people may experience a weakness, but become more aware of strengths they didn't know about. And they can foster and develop those new abilities. And they're also more aware of general vulnerability to traumatic events beyond one's control. Maybe because you have MS, when you meet someone else who seems to be struggling, you won't just assume that they're not trying hard enough. You'll think to yourself, maybe there's something else that's impairing them, whether it's a server at a restaurant or a checker at a supermarket. Maybe they have some problem you don't know about that's making their life more difficult. The next thing is that people who suffer often value life more than they did before, and they may be more appreciative of the little things, like being able to enjoy a walk or a comedy show or having lunch with a friend. And some people experience a deeper spiritual life and may even have a major change in their belief system entirely. And for Sandra, having MS really changed her entire political philosophy and allowed her to make positive changes that influenced other people. Now, this is from Ravitch and Schatt in their book on resilience, and they identify specific factors of resilience. And they say people who are resilient, they tend to have an ability to control their impulses and regulate their emotions. Instead of reacting with anger or with despair, they're able to sort of think about their emotions, control their impulses, and create a sense of optimism. Now, of course, optimism has to be realistic. If Sandra were to say, I want to run marathons, that wouldn't really help her because, she has long-standing progressive MS. That's not necessarily a practical goal. But if she were to say, I want to be able to live independently, or I want to try to attend city council meetings and try to influence local politics, that is something that she can achieve. People who are resilient tend to think in terms of cause and effect. They tend to have what's known as causal analysis, where they'll sit down and logically say, what are my problems? What are the barriers that prevent me from achieving what I want to achieve? And how do I work around my disabilities? And people often have greater empathy. They can understand other people better, and that allows them to form strong relationships with other people and a sense of self-efficacy, confidence in your own abilities. Even if you have certain disabilities, maybe there are other things where you have advantages over other people. And finally, they tend to reach out. They tend to not go it alone because no man is an island. You really have to seek the help of your family, of your community, anything that you can get. And so this is sort of a chart of what determines the outcome of someone with MS. Let's say the outcomes in the center are things like productivity, life satisfaction, happiness, a sense of meaning. There are many things that influence this. Of course, one of the main things is the disease itself, having mobility or vision problems or pain or fatigue. And of course, there are medical factors like the treatment you receive, or lifestyle factors like diet and exercise, or psychological factors, or the support of society, getting disability or medical insurance, getting transportation services. But there's also resilience. And my experience is that psychological resilience tends to affect other factors. If you have resilience, you're more likely to seek other people to help you out. You're more likely to have a better diet, have a better exercise program, be more compliant with your medical treatment, and keep appointments. Now, the National MS Society has an actual program on psychological resilience, and certainly you could sign up for this. It's called Everyday Matters if you want to go to their website. It's run by Don Eady and Kevin Alschuler, and they give a lot of advice, and these are just a few of their tips. One thing is to keep a gratitude journal. Obviously, there are a lot of negative things in MS, but hopefully you can think of some positives in your life, maybe related to your family or related to your hobbies or things that entertain you, and try to write them down and think about them explicitly. This will help you to keep a more positive attitude. The next is meditation, just taking 15 minutes a day to really calm down and focus on yourself and relieve yourself of the burdens of the world. And there are a lot of different forms of meditation. I talk in my book about mindfulness meditation, which you can check out. By the way, you all should receive a link to download my book for free if you want it. You don't have to go and buy it. And if you're watching this later, you can just ask me on Twitter for a copy. The next thing they talk about is altruism. Even if you're not able to work because of your disabilities, maybe you could find a way to volunteer or do something that's productive or beneficial to other people. Someone actually ran a clinical study where they took two people with multiple sclerosis, and one would call the other and offer emotional support. And they found that both people benefited from this practice. But surprisingly, the person making the phone call and offering the emotional support really seemed to benefit more psychologically than the person receiving the support. Indeed, it's better to give than receive sometimes. They talk about the 20-second rule, which is the idea of taking action. If you have an idea, write it down and try to take action immediately. So maybe you're hearing something in this presentation, maybe about a new drug or research trial or some of the ideas that I'm giving you. Write it down and try to take action at the end of the conference. And the last thing would be invest in social support. Don't try to go it alone. Really take advantage of the connections you have, whether it be from your friends or your family or from your community or even medical services. Now, there's a psychologist that I respect a lot named Dr. Martin Seligman, who's pictured to the right. And he made a critique of the field of psychology in general, saying it's too negative, it's too focused on pathology, depression, anxiety, schizophrenia. Yes, we have good treatment for these conditions, but what about improving the happiness and quality of life of the average person, or not related to a specific psychological disease? And he called this positive psychology. And there's a lot of research done on this topic. So what is it that makes people happier? These are some evidence-based things that are associated with happiness. One is eating abundant whole fruits and vegetables. People who eat more whole plant food and less processed food tend to be happier. Now, the next item, perhaps I'm a little bit reluctant to say to a group of people, some of whom may be disabled and unable to earn a high income, but this is from the research. They say money doesn't buy happiness, but there is some correlation between money and happiness. People who have more money tend to be a little bit happier. But interestingly, they found that beyond a salary, which is approximately the equivalent of 75,000 US dollars per year, there really isn't a big association between money and happiness. The next thing is having a strong social network. People who have more friends, closer relationships with family members tend to be happier. People who have a job or career they enjoy tend to be happier. And even if you can't work, hobbies and interests that make you happy are, of course, very important. It turns out that married people are happier than single people, particularly if you marry a happy person. And in general, if you spend more time with other happy people, you tend to be happier. So try to make friends with happy, optimistic people. And the last thing is exercise. Exercising regularly makes you happier, even if it's light exercise. Now, he talks about forms of happiness. This is Martin Seligman. The first is pleasure. This is a simple hedonic feeling. You eat an ice cream sundae, you watch an entertaining television show, you go on a roller coaster ride, you can feel that instantaneous happiness. This is in fact happiness, but he notes that it's very transient. It tends to go away quickly. Also, it's very habituating. If you eat a steak at Morton's every Wednesday, after a while, the steak doesn't taste as good and it doesn't give you as much happiness. And so he argues the next two forms of happiness are much more important in the long run. One of them is engagement, which is the sense of being engrossed in something. Maybe you're a chess player and you're totally focused on the game, and everything else tends to be ignored, and time seems to move very quickly. Maybe it's your career that you're totally focused on, or something else. Try to find things that occupy your time and make you really focused and engaged. And the last thing is a sense of meaning, or the importance to the grand purpose of your life. And so for Sandra, it was things like religion and political activism. For you, it may be something else. It may be through your career, through your family, through your works of service. Find a way to make your life important and meaningful. And of course, meaning to one person is different than meaning to another person. And he expanded this to the acronym of PERMA, which stands for positive emotions, which is that hedonic pleasure, engagement, and meaning, as I mentioned. and also relationships with other people and a sense of achievement. Have goals, things that you want to do, and work to achieve them. Having achievements, no matter how small, makes people happier in the long run. And the idea of meaning has been talked about by a lot of different psychologists. And one person I want to talk about in particular is Viktor Frankl. Now, he has a very famous book called Man's Search for Meaning, which is about his experiences being a prisoner in the Holocaust. And he's a prisoner, and the first half of his book, he talks about all of the horrible things that he experienced, the death, the torture, the starvation. But he noticed that some people seemed to plow on. They wanted to keep going. They wanted to do anything it took to survive. And he wondered, what was it that made them continue, even in the face of this tremendous adversity and even certain death? And he found it was a sense of meaning, that people who had a purpose to their lives tended to do better. And in some cases, it made the difference between surviving and not surviving, because you had to be willing to steal food and do other little things and make friends with the guards in order to survive. And his purpose is that he was a psychiatrist and he wanted to continue his research and his study of human psychology and get his ideas out to the world. And that's one of the reasons he was able to survive. And this is a quote from his book. He says, "Has all this suffering, this dying around us, a meaning? For if not, then ultimately there is no meaning to survival." In other words, if you don't have a purpose in life, in a way, you're dead already. So find your purpose. Now, there are a lot of different schools of psychology, but one thing that I think is particularly applicable is what is known as ACT, or acceptance and commitment therapy. And people who practice this form of therapy, they encourage their clients to try to find a purpose in life, to try to clarify their true values explicitly and live in accordance of those values. And so what you're seeing here are just different values that different people could have. For instance, do you think altruism is very important, volunteer work? Or do you think wealth and success are very important, or relationship with your family, or your religion, or certain hobbies, or great works of art? It could be different for every person, but maybe try to pick 3 or 4 that are important to you, write them down and think, what are you going to do to live in accordance with these values? How can you change your life so that you can live your true and purposeful life in a way that's important to you? I leave you with a few ideas from the American Psychological Association with respects to resilience. They say, form strong relationships with your family, friends, and community. A lot of people with MS are open about the diagnosis. Other people are not open about the diagnosis, which is okay. It's, of course, a personal choice. But either way, it's important to have some close people that support you, not necessarily with issues specifically related to MS, but I think it is helpful to at least have some people that you can confide in. You may have big problems in life. Maybe you're disabled and you can no longer work, or maybe there's certain hobbies that you can no longer do. Try to view big problems as solvable or adaptable. For instance, how are you going to get disability insurance, or a part-time job, or find something else that you can do, or find a workaround, at least a way to live life and be productive. And you have to appreciate change as part of life. It's definitely not pleasant, but it's something that we all have to face at some point. Try to make goals explicitly and take action on these goals. Even if you aren't successful, just the fact that you're trying and doing something will make you feel better and more optimistic. Try to improve yourself. Maybe you've lost certain abilities, but maybe you can develop new skills and new relationships, and try to be positive and optimistic and maintain a healthy perspective in life. When you look at the big picture, maybe there's certain things where you're very unlucky, but other things where maybe you're doing quite well, and try to appreciate the aspects of life where things are going well for you, and also be hopeful. And the last thing is that your body is a temple. Take care of your mind, body, and spirit. Make sure you get adequate sleep, eat a healthy diet, exercise regularly, don't smoke, and just generally take care of yourself, because that allows everything else to be possible. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Oh my goodness, how meaningful, how meaningful. Thank you so much, Dr. Bieber. I was so excited with so many of the things you said, and I know everyone else was too. Based on the chat, you're getting all kinds of kudos. Excellent presentation. How can we get your book? Well, so guess what? I want you to know this, and we have a slide that thanks you, Dr. Bieber. Everybody who registered for this event, Dr. Bieber is gifting you a copy of his book. So we will be giving you how to get that book in one of our emails going out following this. Yes, yes. I hope you can see that, Dr. Bieber. Thank you so much for offering your book to our attendees. Viktor Frankl is one of my favorite, and if you haven't read him, please do. It's so profound. Let's see, do we have particular questions for Dr. Bieber before we bring in our keynote speaker, Dr. Singer? Let's see, anything specific here? How can I download his book? Well, you'll get the answer to that, Elaine. It's coming up. Oh, look who's here, Dr. Barry Singer. And here is Dr. Belkin to introduce you. Thank you so much, Dr. Belkin. He has been with us this afternoon. We're so happy because you represent our Midwest Michigan contingent. We purposely put this on when we didn't think we were interfering with any football games. For those of you who don't know, Michigan is quite the state. We have quite the rivals going on. And I just want to mention, we have people from all over the world. I don't know if you've seen that in the chat, but Jordan, Germany, I'm mentioning from Kuwait, yes. I'm asking my people in our command center here, but so many from all over the United States in addition to people in Southeastern Michigan. Dr. Singer, thank you so much for agreeing to be our keynote speaker today. Dr. Belkin, take it away.
Okay, no, thanks, Mindy. So I have the honor of introducing Dr. Barry Singer, who's the keynote speaker. For those who don't know, he's truly a thought leader in the world of MS. So it's really a pleasure that he's agreed to be part of this program today. And if you haven't gone to his MS Living Well podcast, I encourage you to do so. It's really a great source for relevant and up-to-date information on MS. But as far as the formal introduction, so Dr. Barry Singer is the director and founder of the MS Center for Innovations in Care at Missouri Baptist Medical Center in St. Louis. He is an associate professor of clinical neurology at Washington University School of Medicine. He has been an investigator in greater than 35 multiple sclerosis trials focused on new therapeutic options, including remyelination. He attended Duke for college and Columbia University for medical school, followed by residency training at Cornell and a neuroimmunology fellowship at the National Institutes of Health. He serves as on the board of directors of the Multiple Sclerosis Association of America since February of 2016 and has a position on their executive committee. His award-winning MS patient education website, www.mslivingwell.com, started in 2007 and has been a truly valuable resource in 200 countries. Dr. Singer is also the host of the MS Living Well podcast. So without further ado, I welcome Dr. Barry Singer.
All right, thanks, Dr. Belkin. Thanks so much. Thanks, Mindy. Good to see Dr. Bieber there. And I'm excited to be talking about kind of taking what Dr. Bieber was talking about and taking a different angle at it. So we're going to talk about thriving with multiple sclerosis. And, if you're newly diagnosed out there, this is a, curveball with this diagnosis. Life is cruising along and then all of a sudden someone slaps his diagnosis on you. And how do you cope and where do you go? And then those of you that have been living with it, I have patients who have been living with MS for over 30 years. And how do you keep going? And how do we improve your quality of life? I mean, as an MS neurologist, I've been doing this for over 25 years. It's really about what can I do to help you in the clinic. And then this talk is really about what you can do to try to help yourself. And I think that's really the key goal, is so that you can live as well as you can with this disease. So we're going to dive on in here. Let's see if I can advance the slides here. Let me see. One quick second, I got a request remote control. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I want to really talk about a couple main topics. One of them is fatigue. So 90% of people living with multiple sclerosis have significant fatigue. And this is probably the biggest issue that we see in the world of MS. And the question is, what can we do about it? What causes it? How we can change the future? And so when we think about fatigue, there's really two types of fatigue that people struggle with. The overwhelming one is feeling tired, like you didn't get enough sleep. So you slept all night. I have patients that had a good night's sleep, wake up in the morning, and they get a shower and get dressed, and they have to go lay down again. They're just worn out. Or in the afternoon, or they go work all day, and then they come home and they have to go to bed at like 7 o'clock at night, not be around their family and take care, be able to be with their family in the evening. They have to go to sleep and sleep 10 hours. And so this overwhelming fatigue can be very difficult and very challenging. Many people, the family doesn't really understand. Friends don't understand when you have to cancel out, tap out, because you just don't have that energy. And so 90% of people really struggle with this. And the other type is physical fatigue. So I have some patients that are alert all day, but because their legs get so tired because of the leg weakness, they have this motor fatigue is what we call it. So this physical fatigue, they just can't, because they're weak and it requires so much more energy to do the same thing, they're physically weak, but they don't feel tired like they have to take a nap. So why do people with MS get fatigue? So it's interesting. We're now looking at some new techniques of imaging the brain and trying to understand this. And one of the things that we see in the brain, there's pathways. And for example, on the left, you can see the area called the gray matter, GM, gray matter. And there's a green track. And this is actually reproduced using a type of MRI called a functional MRI. And we can see how the brain functions while using this MRI technique and see what areas get activated using a certain task. And what you can see is normally one part of the brain sends a signal to the other part of the body. And so your brain communicates with different sections of the brain. And so the green track is intact. Now, what you can see on the right is a white matter abnormality, the WM abnormality. So when you have with MS, you're going to have plaques, these MS plaques or lesions that disrupt that pathway. And so let's say your brain, you want to move your leg and you have this pathway that's going to go through the brain, communicating from the gray matter, from the cortex, down into the white matter to move your leg. And if you have a lesion there and it's disrupted, what happens is that your brain has to compensate. So what it does is it creates new pathways around the obstacle. So you basically, it's like a roadblock. And so the communication is blocked, it has to find new ways to go. And what we find in people with MS that have a lot of cognitive impairment is there's much more activation of the brain. So there's all these other pathways to get around the roundabouts, to get around these obstacles. And that can cause cognitive fatigue. So your brain has got to work that much harder in order to accomplish the same task. So it's less efficient. Another cause for fatigue in MS are chemicals. And our immune cells talk to each other. And they talk to each other with an immune chemical called cytokines. And so cytokines are these chemicals that one cell, like a T cell, will secrete, or a B cell will secrete these chemicals. And so they're basically a protein immune communication technique. And so one study, it was 35 patients in the Netherlands, showed that this one type of cytokine called interleukin 6 or IL-6 was higher levels was associated with severe fatigue. So those people in their blood had high levels of this IL-6, had increased fatigue. We also know another study that was done in Brazil with 30 MS patients, looked at the same blood IL-6 and was also high in patients with high fatigue. And then also another one called tumor necrosis factor alpha or TNF alpha. So these cytokines were upregulated. And the one way you can think about it is we also, let's say you get a viral infection. So the virus is in you, hopefully not COVID, but a viral infection. And as a result, your immune system gets ramped up because it's going to fight that virus. Well, you feel really tired when you got a virus. And that's because of these cytokines or trying to fight the infection. So it's one other way that we may be more tired from if you have MS. Now, how do you improve fatigue? How do you reduce it? One of the most important things is to fix poor sleep. So I see this over and over again. You know, people come in, oh, I'm exhausted. Well, why are you exhausted? Do you sleep well? Well, no. So we really have to look at sleep. Many people can't turn it off. You know, you're like, end of the day, you're just in bed and you have to solve the world's problems. You have to solve your children's problems, your parents' problems, your neighbors' problems, you know, and you just can't, you're still running through conversations with your boss in your head and you can't shut it off. So find ways to kind of relax, turn off the cable news at night, turn off the, avoid caffeine, probably don't drink a lot of water just before you go to bed, maybe some relaxation music. And if it's not working and nothing's responding, you could definitely talk to your doc. We use frequently over-the-counter medications like melatonin or Benadryl, sometimes first, and then sometimes prescription medications. Sleep apnea is very, very common. Tends to be, can happen in anyone, but it tends to people that are overweight. And this is snoring at night. So you may be snoring, stop breathing. And in the morning, you can feel exhausted. And, you know, many of my patients who have been diagnosed and started on CPAP or BiPAP, these, a lot of people do a lot better. They're much more alert, much more awake, and it may not be the MS. Restless leg syndrome. So people get restless legs in the evening. They can't got to get up, got to walk around. Your legs are fidgeting. This is different from cramping or spasms that can happen with MS, but restless legs is very common, sometimes runs in family, sometimes due to iron deficiency. And so if you have restless legs during the night, which we call periodic limb movements of sleep, those things can keep you up. Many patients with MS have cramps at night. So their legs will spasm, legs will cramp. May not be so bad during the day. Some people, it's during the day and at night. And so we definitely look at muscle relaxants to try to control that. So a little bit of muscle relaxant at bedtime might help you sleep a lot better, reduce your daytime fatigue. And then we have to fix bladder issues. I've got patients that come in, they're 6 or 7 times at night, they're going to the bathroom. Some people just go 2 or 3 times a night, but then they're up for 2 hours. They can't fall back asleep. And so we really have to work on the bladder issues. So that's really important. So we've got to focus on your sleep. If you're sleeping well, then we have some other options. So then what else do we look at? I think one of the most important strategies is what we call energy conservation. And so energy conservation means you want to rest midday. You know, you do your physical activity in the morning, have some time, 2-3 hours in midday to rest. Let's say you're going to go when you're on a trip, you're going to do a little bit of maybe going out, kind of physical morning and rest midday, and then do something lighter in the afternoon. And so I think it's trying to figure that out. Exercise does reduce fatigue, so it is important that you do that regular exercise. So whether it be yoga, swimming, recumbent bike, but exercise has been shown over and over in clinical trial to actually reduce fatigue. Some of my patients say, Doc, I'm so tired, like how am I going to exercise? Well, best to do it in the morning. I think that's when you're going to get the best time to do that, and you start slow and build. I think it's also important to plan ahead. So if you are, if you're going to go out and about and you got a lot of fatigue, have the right mobility device for the right situation. You know, if you're going to go to a big box store and they got a cart, great, that might be the way to go. But if you're going to go on a longer distance or you're on a trip, then maybe get a scooter available. Some people going out of town, you can have a scooter waiting for you at a hotel. So think about the right equipment for the right situation so you don't waste unnecessary energy with the transportation. You want to enjoy your time when you get to wherever the location be. is. Cooling vest. As Dr. Belka mentioned, I'm on the board of directors of the MSAA. The MSAA provides free cooling vests for people that qualify. Just go online. It can make a huge difference. Come August, I'm out here in Missouri, it gets hot. And if it gets hot, people start to melt and they have no energy. So we do that. And then avoiding heat, don't go out and mow the lawn in the middle of the day. Try doing it early morning when it's not as hot out, because obviously that's going to ramp up fatigue. And then really it's about educating the family. So, what does fatigue mean? Educating your friends. It's an invisible symptom of MS. So people don't understand and don't really get it. And so the more education resources the family has and friends have, the more supportive they can be. Now, one of the interesting therapies that can be very effective and has been shown over and over recently in a few trials in MS is cognitive behavioral therapy. Actually, unfortunately, Aaron Beck, who founded cognitive behavioral therapy, just passed away, but at the ripe old age of 100. And so he founded this. And this is a study of 91 MS patients that were treated over 16 weeks. And in this, using cognitive behavioral therapy consisted of 12 individual sessions with a psychologist trained in CBT, or control treatment, which consisted of 3 consultations with an MS nurse. So you either got the psychologically trained CBT, or you had an MS nurse meet with you 3 times. And so they went through different modules depending on your specific needs. They would look at formulating goals for dealing with fatigue, regulating sleep-wake patterns, changing beliefs regarding MS, changing your beliefs regarding fatigue, reduce the focus on fatigue, regulation of physical activity, social activity, mental activity, addressing the role of environment, handling pain. So these different modules were done, and severe fatigue was reduced significantly in these patients on CBT treated patients versus the ones that just met with the nurse. So this has been shown in different trials to show positive benefits. So this may be something to incorporate, which does not require any medications, just some specific training to reshape your ability to cope with the with fatigue. Now, when that doesn't work, we do have prescription medications. Now, none of these medications have been FDA approved for the treatment specifically for MS fatigue. And so we use these off-label, but we use them frequently. And so these medications include modafinil and armodafinil. Some of you may be familiar with Provigil and Nuvigil, which help with wakefulness and have impacts on a deep part of the brain called the hypothalamus. And it keeps people more alert and more awake. Amantadine is an old medication that's been around for a long time that has antiviral properties, actually also used in Parkinson's. Sometimes effective. I give it about a 50-50 shot, but it is more gentle. Some people, the other drugs are too stimulating. And then frequently use amphetamines. So this includes drugs like Ritalin, Adderall. Sometimes those make a big difference. There was interestingly a trial that was done not too long ago, pretty recently, that looked at putting people on placebo, modafinil, amantadine, and an amphetamine. And they rotated, and everybody did all 4 and were blinded, and they didn't show a difference. However, most of us doing MS and treating MS docs, treating people with MS, show a significant improvement with these medications for many of our patients. So it makes a big difference. So this is a way to go if the other methods don't work, or in complement with the other methods. So my other topic I want to talk about has a lot to do with kind of what Dr. Bieber was talking about, mental wellness. And so now this is definitely a comprehensive approach to looking at your overall mental wellness, and not just mental health, but just mental wellness in general. So one of those aspects of mental wellness is your cognition. And unfortunately, we know about half of people with MS have some cognitive issues. And the most common problems is your ability to process things quickly. So the speed at which information is processed, partly because of those disrupted pathways that I mentioned. And memory is definitely another issue. So we definitely see, it's called episodic memory, short-term memory seems to be affected in people with multiple sclerosis. Many of my patients report problems with word finding difficulties, multitasking problems, but unfortunately there's not a lot of research there. There was a study done out of Mount Sinai that people with word finding difficulties had some thinning on the left side of the back of the brain called the parietal lobe on the gray matter. But this is a big issue for many of my patients. And we definitely see cognitive problems can happen early in relapsing MS, but much more common in patients with progressive disease, whether it be secondary progressive or relapsing disease. I mean, more common in progressive disease, whether it be secondary progressive or primary progressive MS. So we do have a lot of strategies to improve cognition. And these include definitely effective disease modifying therapy. So I think that's really one of our key goals, which can definitely help with cognition. We've seen clinical trial data that helps with that information processing speed, that it's better on drug than off a drug. And in addition, we want to improve cognition. Exercise has been shown to be useful. We want to be able to prioritize tasks. You can't be multitasking. It's just sometimes is much more challenging. So figure out what's important and really focus on that. I find removing distractions in the workplace is great way to help cope. So maybe sometimes we even write workplace accommodations so someone's workstation can be not in the center of an office. Exercise is going to help. Vitamin D has been shown to be beneficial on cognition. And smoking has definitely been shown to cause much more cognitive impairment. Some interesting data that just came out of the UK registry show that if you discontinue smoking, you can actually improve your, prevent further disability. So it can really change their disease course by stop smoking. Good sleep is important. Everyone knows if you don't get a good night's sleep, you're not going to be focused as well. You're going to have more word finding difficulties. And we definitely want to treat depression, which is not going to help you focus. Trouble in addressing fatigue. Stress reduction can help. I mean, your concentration is not going to be good if you're under severe stress. And speech therapy can really help. And so sometimes we'll do formal neuropsychological testing, figure out where the issues are, and then have targeted speech therapy to help improve and compensate for those issues. So one of the things that we want to focus on is also improving mental health. And clearly it's been a struggle with the pandemic. And we know that depression and anxiety are very common. I have a study here from Canada. It was in 1,922 MS patients. And really over the course of the lifetime of someone living with MS, depression was found in about 45% of patients, and then 49% had anxiety. I think anxiety in MS is really understudied. But these are huge issues for people living with MS. And so why do people with MS have depression and anxiety? Part of it is having a brain disease. Many of our neurologic diseases, whether it be Parkinson's, stroke, are definitely associated with depression. And so structural change in the brain may put someone more vulnerable for depression. And then immune changes. So again, these cytokines may be playing a role in causing depression. Many people, when they get diagnosed with MS, it's a kind of reaction to the disease and just coping. That first year, we heard from Dr. Bieber, the patient that just got diagnosed. And so having the reaction to the disease is sometimes overwhelming and can lead to depression. And then obviously reaction to disability. It's very hard. I have a lot of people who love their job, love teaching, and because of disability, they can't do that. And it's going to be very hard adjustment. And so depression can sometimes creep in there. And then medication side effects. One of the side effects of interferon can be depression. So we have to be aware of that and cognizant of that when we're making treatment decisions or even considering treatment switches. And so the treatment is going to be a combination of options. One would be therapy, meeting with a psychologist, a therapist, psychiatrists. The psychiatrist would prescribe medications, so you could either meet for a therapist. It could be like someone with a psychology PhD, PsyD, or someone with a social worker. And then other people are counselors, like they have clergy that they like to go to, or have some other counselors, someone to talk to. And sometimes it just helps to have a neutral party. Now there's even online support, and many of these are covered by insurance, different types of therapy. So one of the other approaches for good mental wellness is mindfulness. And so mindfulness is a type of meditation, and you can just go online. There's videos to do it. And so benefits in people with MS have been proven in a number of different clinical trials. And so this type of therapy about learning, getting more in touch with your body and being in the present moment, not thinking about the future, all the things you need to do, and not thinking about the past and all the guilt behind you, but being really in the present moment. And this has been shown to reduce anxiety and depression in people with MS in clinical trials. It's also been shown to reduce stress, take the stress down by practicing mindfulness, and also improves cognitive processing speed, which is really exciting to see that it changes things in the brain. Maybe just taking a step back helps your brain start to process better. So all this has been proven in different clinical trials. So mindfulness is a great strategy. You may want to write that one down if you haven't done that as something going forward. Spiritual health. And so one of the other things that is important to think about is your spiritual well-being. It is one of those hallmarks of wellness that we look at, one of the dimensions that's really important. And everyone's different, everyone's got different religious beliefs and backgrounds, and some people it's just being tied to a higher power, but not necessarily even, most people it's God, but other people it would be different, whether it's you're tied to nature. But really is that satisfaction of communication with a higher power, that you have that relationship. And then there's this, so that's your spiritual health is to a higher power. And then there's also existential health. And Dr. Bieber mentioned some of this about understanding the meaning and purpose of life. What is the purpose of my life? Why is my life meaningful? And so that's your existential health. And these are important parameters to help guide you through life and give you some positivity as you move forward in life. So spiritual health has actually been studied in multiple sclerosis. And there's some trials out there looking at having spiritual health and how does that impact someone living with MS. And they looked at, one study was looking in the Czech Republic, and they looked at 153 people with multiple sclerosis living with MS. And they saw the global quality of life correlated with spiritual functioning. So the more, if you had regular spiritual, you were a spiritual person and that you were engaged in a spiritual life, that your quality of life went up. And then interestingly, there's a number of studies that have been done in Iran on this topic. And one study of 210 patients did show that correlation with spiritual and existential health improved self-esteem of those living with MS. So it's another positive benefit of having that spiritual wellness in your life. Was another look at spiritual health involved this study of 213 MS patients in Germany. And so they looked at both the benefits of spirituality as well as religiosity in people living with MS. And a lot of what their views of these MS patients were saying is that people living with MS was really their spiritual health was kind of their stronghold in difficult times. So when things were getting rough, whether it be relapse, worsening disability, they really had that sense of support behind them. It was kind of a stronghold for them. They also interpreted their illness differently and in a positive way. Those that had more spirituality in their life, their illness had more meaning to them. Why do I have multiple sclerosis? Where do I go from there? And so it helps you reflect, the people with more religious beliefs reflect on what is essential in life, what's important, and they looked at the disease as a chance for development. That this is not a roadblock, a dead end. This is an opportunity to move forward in life. There's some reason why I have this, and I can do something positive about it. And really appreciation for life despite illness. So those are some of the benefits of spirituality and religiosity. There was also stronger feelings of gratitude and awe and the beauty of life despite having illness. And so spiritual health really can change your attitude and approach to coping with the disease, an ability to face life as it is. So I think it does kind of provide for a lot of my patients as well, kind of a bedrock in terms of being able and a foundation to move forward. And so, some people, it's not their thing, spirituality may not be the way they want to go. But I think some kind of connection is important to look at the disease and how you can move past the disease. So it's been a trying time for all of you. Many of you isolated at home, away from family and friends. And it's been tough. I've been hearing about it, it's almost a year and a half plus. And we know mentally this has been very challenging for people with MS. That sense of isolation, anxiety of being infected. Many of my patients are immunosuppressed and worried, and like many of you, like, am I going to get infected? How am I going to cope? Is my immune system competent? And so this kind of anxiety and isolation has been really tough. I think physically I've seen a toll. Some of my patients definitely haven't been in the gym in 2 years, kind of like this guy, and don't want to spread it to my patients. And that's hard because, a lot of people had aqua therapy going, some are going back to the gym now after 3 vaccines, but a lot of my patients have not been going to the gym regularly, not getting the exercise, which also helps their fatigue and their mood, not going to trainers. And so it's been really rough physically. And then, and a lot of my patients weren't going very many places, so they weren't walking much. And now I'm starting to see it. Now they're starting to walk more and they're starting to get out and starting to move about. And I find that some people have progressed during that period of time. So again, physically, it's been had an impact. And then medically, I think it's been hard. I mean, I see lots of patients who have not, seen them first time in 2 years. So I think you miss some with a virtual appointment. I can't see if your legs are getting weaker. And it's still a little harder without having full exam, full access to an MS center. And so tests tests have been delayed, procedures have been delayed. I have patients that haven't seen an eye doctor in 2 years. And so all these things have impacted wellness. So emerging from the pandemic is a time for renewal. Hopefully we're going to get there another 6 months. We got some positive data, just some data came in yesterday about a new pill that can reduce the risk of hospitalization, severe COVID by 89%. So it's an oral medication that can help if you get infected with COVID. So hopefully the therapeutics are going to continue to improve and more of the world will be vaccinated and we'll emerge from this pandemic renewed. And so when you go forward and thinking about the world again, when we can engage and communicate and socialize, where do you want to be? So you want to think about that healthy diet, get that exercise plan together, get your yoga plan together, work on that stress reduction, improve your social connections, reach out to people. So once things open up, you have those sustained relationships. Volunteer. That always makes people feel good when you're helping someone else, not thinking about your own issues, but thinking about how you can help other people. Look for spiritual guidance if you've stepped away from that for a while. Pursue your hobbies, your passions, whether it be gardening or painting. And now it's time, it may be soon, hopefully time to travel. So you may start wanting to work on that, on those plans over the next coming in 2022. So all exciting things as we move forward. So at this point, I would be happy to open it up for questions with Dr. Bieber. Just a little quick plug. I'm the host of the MS Living Well podcast. I have lots of experts on that I interview around the globe, including some patient advocates. And some of them include Mitzi Williams and Dr. Bieber, where two of my guests. So please check us out. And there's a QR code on there to get right to the podcast.
Ooh, I love your QR code. That's so exciting. Thank you so much. Your presentations were so right on point, just what we want to provide to our communities. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, with much gratitude. And now, this was a fantastic idea when Dr. Singer and I had met with a few others in our planning committee about how to structure this. Last time when we did this event, people were like, we want to ask more questions. So now you have Dr. Singer and Dr. Bieber for the next 15 minutes to answer your questions. Bring them on in the chat. Please put them in the chat. I'm sorry, in the Q&A. In the Q&A. By the way, see this purple hat? It is one of the raffle prize, or one of the trivia prizes. One of the people on our committee. Thank you so much, Anita. She makes them herself. And it's quite comfortable, and I do like the color.
In the Q&A.
So Mindy, you got mindfulness classes. That's good for everyone to know.
Yes, I'm a mindfulness-based stress reduction teacher, and we weave it into all of our adaptive yoga classes. They don't even know it. We just weave it right in. No, they do know it. Many have been talking about the advantage or benefit to support groups, and that's another thing that comes out of yoga. It was something I would have never dreamt of that would happen even in a virtual basis, which did in COVID. So many of our students, they've met each other via Zoom. Adam, who was in the video, he literally drove to go see Tracy. They met in person, and so we have support that goes on before the classes begin, and then afterwards. They don't seem to be able to get enough of each other. It's really wonderful, and they all provide ideas, creativity, hope. It's been such an inspiration. So we hope everyone joins. Let's hear about your questions for our doctors. Q&A. What do we got going here? Do we have questions? You guys, this is your chance. And I know this has been a long afternoon, and so many have stayed on. So amazing.
Mindy, do you want to suggest?
We've gotten lots of, they're asking about diets. You might as well go for it. That was one thing we did not address in this forum, and we will again. It was on last year's, and you're welcome to see that in the virtual exhibit hall from last year. But you have Dr. Bieber and Dr. Singer here. So anything related to what they've just discussed, and we can take a few questions that are off the topic if we have time.
You want us to just pick questions, Mindy, and answer them, or are you going to direct us a little bit?
You can go for it. You can go for it. I see one on diet. So if you want to address that, great.
Well, so what I'm seeing is from Angela White, and she says, outside of a clinical setting, how can you get involved in research? And so obviously the most straightforward way would be to ask your doctor or academic institution where you are. Another good place to find clinical studies is on the National MS Society website. And another way is to go to the website clinicaltrials.gov, and it allows you to put in, multiple sclerosis or other associated features and your zip code, and you can search for trials close to you, and you can actually click, do you want to see a randomized trial for a medication or an observational study, or do you want to see trials already with studied, with things posted? And generally speaking, like the National MS Society is a little bit more user-friendly, it's more simplistic, but if you're more sophisticated and you kind of know what you're looking for, clinicaltrials.gov is probably the place to go.
All right. Thank you so much. I see, have there been studies where a cocktail of MS therapies are given to patients? By cocktail, I mean multiple disease-modifying therapies. Can you explain why or why not? For any of the neurologists or PT, can use of functional electric stimulation such as bionus rewire neural pathways, i.e. contribute to neuroplasticity? Dr. Mitzi did address that, but perhaps you have another angle on this.
Yeah, I'll take the combination therapy. So we are starting to see some combination clinical trials. So one of those things that we're looking at is adding things on for myelin repair. So I've been involved in some studies that way, where we keep people on their disease modifying therapy that affects the immune system. And then we're adding something on to try to repair the damage that's been done with myelin. So because those drugs would not interact, we haven't done that. We're able to do that and try something for myelin repair. However, generally in MS, we have used only one therapy. And it's interesting, a long time ago, there was a study of interferon and adding, it was actually adding tisabrion in the first cases of PML, a couple of cases of PML showed up. And after that, that was the end of combination therapy in MS, which is interesting because our friends or colleagues in rheumatology world frequently throw on 3 immunosuppressive drugs. And they're like, we're just saving cartilage. You guys are saving the brain and the spinal cord. Like, why aren't we more aggressive?
Of you, Anita.
Yeah. So anyway, we're definitely looking at combination therapy, but probably from a different angle, from for something neuroprotective, protecting the nervous system, maybe something myelin repair, and something that affects the immune system.
Okay. Regarding BTK inhibitors, if trials are successful, how many years until they become commercially available? Is there a proven link between interferon injections for MS and pulmonary arterial hypertension? Can you please explain? I'd like to know what a reasonable exercise program looks like to start without rebounding badly in spasticity and fatigue. Wow, those are a few different questions there. Can you see it? Dr. Singer, Bieber, can you?
Yeah, there's questions coming up.
Well, I know, so Dr. Singer, you're kind of involved in some of the BTK trials. Do you have any idea about that?
Yep. Yeah, so the BTK inhibitors. So BTK is Bruton kinase inhibitor, and it's basically a when you use this medication, the medications that are out there, there's actually a number of them in clinical trials. And so what the idea with these is they affect the B cells. It's oral medications that affect the B cells. Many of these get into the brain and spinal cord in pretty high concentrations, fortunately. And the idea is to affect the B cells and also a cell called microglia. And microglia play a role in progressive disease, we think, and causing smoldering inflammation. So we target both the B cells and the microglia. There's a number of different clinical trials going on a few different agents. If you're actually, my last podcast on MS Living Well podcast is about clinical trials, and we talk about all these agents, including BTK inhibitors. So you may want to check that one out.
You know, so to answer the second part of the question about exercise, you know, everyone is a little bit different. You know, I have patients who, you know, have relatively mild multiple sclerosis, and they can tolerate very intense exercise with no problems. For instance, one of my patients was actually a college football player. I wouldn't recommend that, by the way, in general, playing football, but, you know, it depends. There are people with MS that run competitively and do all sorts of things. For people with MS that have a lot of motor fatigue that Dr. Singer was talking about earlier, it's often helpful to exercise in the cool and to take rests, you know, to do brief periods of exercise, 15 to 30 minutes, and then take adequate rest. It's just not practical to exercise very intensely and then to burn yourself out for the rest of the day. I actually interviewed someone, a David Lyons, who has MS, and he's a bodybuilder, and he talks about fitness in MS. And what he recommends to people is sort of short interval training with weight training. So you're kind of getting a combination of resistance training and cardio, and then to take rest and just to kind of limit it to brief periods of times. But different things work for different people. You know, if you go too hard and you're burning yourself out, just do a little bit less next time.
Thank you. What is the suggested amount levels for vitamin supplements? Either of you want to address that?
Well, generally, the only supplement I regularly encourage people to use is vitamin D. Almost everyone's too low. I don't think I found one person that had good vitamin D levels, but they had a tanning booth at home, which can lead to other problems like skin cancer. So, maybe different for Dr. Beaver in Southern California, but up here at, in the Midwest, low vitamin Ds for most people. So generally, I actually check a blood level to give guidance. I'd say most of my patients need somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 international units of vitamin D3 daily to get their level where we need it. But some people only require 1,000 or 2,000, and some people 7 or 8. So generally, I try to figure that out. And there was a trial looking over 5 years in people with low vitamin D, ended up with more MRI activity, more relapses, and actually more disability. There are many other supplements that people have encouraged, but we don't have a lot of data to prove that one way or the other they work. Lipoic acid is kind of an interesting supplement that's now being studied in progressive MS, so that may have some benefit. But it's right now we don't have a lot of data to kind of support it one way or the other.
Yeah, unfortunately, low vitamin D is definitely common in Southern California too. There's no strict cutoff in terms of levels. If you're in the United States, the units that are usually used are nanograms per milliliter, and usually labs will report 30 to 100 as being normal. It turns out when people have done studies on like Australian Aborigines or people who are sort of out in the sun all day, they found that people often have levels closer to 100. So it's difficult to say what normal is, but usually I want people to have a level of 50 nanograms per milliliter or more. And just keep in mind that if you're international, the units are nanomoles per liter. And so there's a conversion, which is 5 to 2. And so I usually would use a cutoff of 150 nanomoles per liter or higher. And, taking vitamin D, like 5,000 international units of vitamin D3 a day, if you don't have a history of kidney stones or any other calcium-related problem, it's extraordinarily low risk. You can easily get 10,000 international units of vitamin D if you go out in the sun and take your shirt off for relatively brief periods of time. So this is an extraordinarily safe supplement. There's some epidemiologic evidence and like cross-sectional data that omega-3 supplements may be beneficial. There's actually evidence both for fish oil and flaxseed oil. The evidence isn't that strong, but I do recommend that also. Another way to do it is to just put flaxseed in your oatmeal in the morning. That's kind of a more natural way to do it. But otherwise, there's no supplement that's really proven in MS.
Can either of you address the diet? Because that's always a big question. I just saw a presentation at CMSC. Would you like to talk a little bit about diet for MS?
Sure. So I have a lot of interest in nutrition and MS. Now, there's not a single proven diet in MS, but we have a lot of reason to believe that diet and lifestyle plays an important role, simply because the rate of MS is dramatically different in different regions in the world. For instance, in Cuenca, Ecuador, the risk of MS is only 1 in 25,000 versus 1 in 222 in Syracuse, New York. There can be other factors, sunlight exposure, diagnosis of MS, availability of MRI scans. But there's a lot of evidence that the development of our society and westernization of our society is sort of linked to the rate of MS. From an epidemiologic standpoint, in regions of the world that have more higher saturated fat consumption and higher dairy consumption, there are higher rates of MS. So it may be better to have more of a plant-based diet, to eat a lot of whole fruits and vegetables. There's also some association between salt consumption of MS. Any sort of processed food is very high in sodium. Now, I personally, from a practical perspective, think it's helpful to give my patients specific advice. And, I tend to give my patients advice in the book Overcoming Multiple Sclerosis, which essentially advises a whole foods, plant-based diet plus seafood. There's some evidence that fish consumption may be good for MS. That being said, there's really no single proven diet. Someone asked about the Terry Walls diet, which is more of a paleo diet. And I give Dr. Walls a lot of credit because, it's not just her own experiences. She's really attempted to study, her diet in MS. She recently published a randomized controlled trial comparing her diet versus the Swank diet, which is a low saturated fat diet. And people on her diet did a little bit better in terms of fatigue and subjective quality of life. It wasn't definitive, in my opinion, But I think any diet where you're eating a lot of whole fruits and vegetables, low in processed foods, is likely to benefit you. You're likely to have better energy, maybe better cognitive function. Does it change the prognosis in the long term? It's hard to say, but it definitely can't hurt. And in my opinion, it could make a difference. You know, Dr. Walls in our interview said something very pragmatic where she said, in the long run, compliance is probably more important than the specific diet plan. You know, so if there's a healthy diet you think works with your lifestyle that you can actually follow and sustain, that's probably the way to go. If you're going to do something for 3 months and then fall back on your old habits, it's probably not going to help you. Someone posted, but I prefer cake. I definitely understand that, especially during the stress of the pandemic. But I do think diet makes a difference.
Thank you so much. Would you like to address, is it best to avoid vitamin C since it amps up our immunity?
I don't think we don't really have good evidence for that. So I think at this point, just having normal adequate vitamin C, but I don't think we have any evidence that vitamin C is negative or positive with MS. So I have never seen any good evidence for that.
Okay. Can you explain how doing exercise releases the happy hormones?
Well, one of the things exercise does is it definitely increases our endorphins, which are definitely have a positive impact on our brain. So getting endorphins going makes a huge difference. And so I think that's probably the one of the major physiologic changes. We do know that also exercise reduces, as I mentioned, the fatigue level. So by having more energy, more sustained positivity and more energy, you're going to have significantly less fatigue. You're going to feel better. And it kind of is reinforcing. So many of my patients who start exercising do report that they're not only less fatigued, but they also have a better outlook.
Thank you. Related to COVID precautions, should those with MS be taking additional precautions or do common recommendations suffice?
Yeah, I mean, I can jump on that and then we'll see what Dr. Beaver thinks, but that's a huge issue. And I think, yes, I'm still recommending to my patients to take precautions. I mean, unless you're on like one of the old injectable medications, perhaps Aubagio, maybe not, you don't have to be quite as concerned, but many of our MS medications suppress the immune system. So I think we still have to be careful. We're not out of the woods yet. And so you do have to take some precautions. And it's about having that comfort zone of what you're doing. I mean, I don't think necessarily you have to be locked up in the room and not come out for the next year or two, because it's not great psychologically. But I think it is important that you have to be careful. When you go out in public, wear a mask. Make sure you're around just vaccinated people. If there's unvaccinated people this holiday season, that's a concern. If you're around them, families. So I think definitely taking precautions is going to be important as we go forward. I don't know about you all, but like if I'm out in public, I go to a restaurant, wear a mask on, I sit at the table, then I might take it off. So I'm still taking precautions, and I think that's really critical.
Yeah, I mean, I agree in general. I don't think people should be too extreme. You know, I've had some patients who they have had a lot of anxiety over it, understandably, and they're wiping down their groceries. You know, I wouldn't recommend that kind of thing. You know, this is a respiratory virus. You get it from breathing close to other people who have the virus, whether they have symptoms or not. You know, I have 3 patients who are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and did get hospitalized with COVID-19. So it does happen. It's rare. You know, I have a lot of patients taking a lot of immunosuppressants. All 3 of those individuals were taking B-cell depleters, and they all did recover, although one of the 3 was quite seriously ill. You know, prior to vaccination, I've had quite a few patients with bad outcomes, and it was certainly a nightmare in January. I do think there's going to be a rise in COVID-19 over the winter. I don't think it's going to be as bad as what we saw before. You know, my advice is if you're vaccinated, just try to follow public health recommendations, be practical, enjoy life. I would give a little bit different advice to someone who's young and healthy and not taking a high-risk immunosuppressant and someone who's older with other medical comorbidities. So you kind of have to judge what your own risk tolerance is. But it's definitely still out there. And even now, I can see all the numbers at all of our hospitals in Kaiser in Southern California, and there are a significant number of people hospitalized, most of them unvaccinated. So the number one piece of advice is if you've had vaccine hesitancy, definitely get the vaccine. I can guarantee you the benefit far outweighs the risk. No question about that.
Yeah, I think the other thing that just to keep in mind, and I've had about 16 people get COVID after fully vaccinated, but only one person hospitalized. One of the things our patients have been doing calling, so if you do get COVID, we can now infuse you with antibody therapies to help you get over it. And a lot of my patients turn around in 48 hours. And now we may have new oral medications. There's a couple of orals that may help get you over it faster. So it is important, like if you do develop symptoms, important to get tested quickly and then contact your MS doc because we may be able to do something about that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think there's this thing with COVID where often, even if it ends up being severe, the early symptoms are usually mild. A lot of people, even if they end up hospitalized, it starts with a cold and it evolves over several days. And the thing about COVID is there's sort of a viral replication phase. And then later, there's sort of less viral activity, but more inflammation in people with severe pneumonia who develop acute respiratory distress syndrome. And so the time for intervention is actually at the beginning in people who have minimal symptoms. And of course, we're not recommending like monoclonal antibodies to everyone. If you're 18 years old, have no medical conditions, eat broccoli, if you have mild symptoms of COVID, just stay home and rest. A lot of people with MS, let's say you're 30 and healthy, but you take Gilenya or you take Ocrevus, that is a risk factor for severe COVID-19, even if it's early. So just ask your medical provider if you would be a good candidate for any of the therapies, such as monoclonal antibodies and possibly in the future, ritonavir or molnupiravir, because that's sort of the time to intervene, even if you feel well and have mild symptoms. And one thing I have a lot of reservation about is that even though these studies look really good, in the real world, people tend not to get diagnosed right away, and so they may be much less effective. So don't be one of those people who waits. If you have symptoms of the COVID, get tested, and if you test positive, at least ask about these therapies. They may say you don't need it, you're not taking any immunosuppressant, you don't have any high-risk conditions, you're young, but at least ask about it.
There was a question along this line, do you recommend the booster for COVID?
Yeah. Well, I had three patients who got, I had many patients who got COVID despite being vaccinated, 3 of them who were hospitalized, but none who received the booster. So there's really strong evidence that immunity does wane over time, unfortunately. I myself received the booster just because I'm a healthcare provider. So I would definitely recommend the booster.
Thank you. We're just going to take 2 more questions because we are over our time and we want to be mindful of our speakers' time on this Saturday afternoon. What are the long-term risks of developing cancer years after having had an immunosuppressive therapy to treat MS?
Excellent question. So at this point, we have actually no evidence that any of our medications long-term. There was one that was on that we don't really use anymore. It was called novantrone or mitoxantrone. And so that had a small risk of leukemia. But most of our MS medications, we don't really have evidence of long-term. The longer you're on them, the higher the risk of cancer. Unfortunately, we've been following patients over time. With one of the B-cell depleters, Ocrevus, there was initially concerns about the difference in terms of the number of breast cancers on drug versus placebo or Rebif in the clinical trials, the 2-year trials. But as we follow those patients long-term, we're seeing relatively those numbers have come way down. Same thing with some other medications, for example, Mavenclad. There was some concern in the shorter part of the clinical trial, but over the extension, we're seeing those numbers come relatively down. So many of our medications, we're not seeing an increase over time, but there are some of our medications, including the S1P medications, such as Gilenya has some risk of skin cancer, and Lemtrada has a potential risk in their prescribing information of cancer as well. So some of our medications have that listed in there, but over time, we're not seeing an uptake on these disease-modifying therapies in terms of cancer, which is very reassuring for long-term treatment.
Thank you. Last question, and I promise we will answer the questions that you don't have, we will go back to our speakers and put these answers in the virtual exhibit hall.
I guess we're going to be doing this for a while then. A lot of questions.
Oy vey, oy vey. No. Last question, and then we will close. Do you have any tips for a spasmodic bladder? I've been using breathing techniques and exercise. I am in need of more help.
You want to take it, Dr. Bieber?
Sure. So, there are a lot of different bladder symptoms, so it's a little bit hard to know what the person is asking. Some people could be referring to like urinary hesitancy, where it's really hard to empty the bladder. So one thing is that can sometimes be a side effect of certain medications that have what's known as an anticholinergic side effect, including some of the medications that are used to treat like urinary frequency, such as Detrol. So the first thing is just to make sure you're not taking any of those medications. And then the other thing would be medications that are not for multiple sclerosis or urinary symptoms that can cause the same side effects, such as medications such as Benadryl. For people who have like painful bladder spasms, I think one thing that can be really effective is bladder Botox, which can be done by certain urologists. Probably for people with really bad, painful bladder spasms, that's the thing that I've had the most success with.
Okay, we see lots and lots of questions. I promise we will go through these questions. And I want to express so much gratitude to both of you for being here on your Saturday afternoon, for giving such meaningful presentations, both medically and what we could consider complementary and alternative therapies, and how would you word it, with the spirituality? To me, it is. It's just parts of daily living and how people can empower themselves through the different suggestions that you've made. I love the idea of a gratitude journal, and we could fill that all day long or all night long. I might not go to sleep. It's a great thing to, before you go to bed, to think of 3 things you're grateful for. And when you wake up, and I know tonight I'm going to be thanking all of you and sending you much positive energy. You heal in so many different ways. Thank you so much to our speakers. And I want to thank our sponsors again and our planning committee. I do want to mention that for one of our committee members, she lost her husband suddenly. A terrible, tragic loss. So we want to send healing prayers to Lindsay Dems and her family and her boys. Lindsay is instrumental. She is an MS warrior. She does so much for the MS community, and so did her husband. Namaste, sending you much healing thoughts and prayers. Thank you to Lori Branch, who's been behind the scenes managing our tech throughout the day with all kinds of things going on behind the scenes. Thank you to Marnie Sharon, Kathy McRae in the command center, Leah Narens, Beth Stone, Lori Svensson, and Anita Lamore. She made these amazing purple hats. Thank you so much. Namaste to our gold sponsors, Biogen and Genentech, and to all of our sponsors, including Bristol Myers Squibb, Alexion, Meyer Specialty Pharmacy, Novartis, Sanofi Genzyme, TG Therapeutics, EMD Sereno, and Sun Communities. And a special thank you to MS Views and News for helping us spread the word and have so many of you wonderful attendees. Thank you so much. Namaste. Much, much, much gratitude to you. We are going to play the video for anyone who is still on the 9-minute video, and it will be in the exhibit hall. Welcome to Yoga Moves MS. I'm Mindy Eisenberg, and 16 years ago, I founded this community to bring the transformative powers of yoga to those like my mother who live with MS. I could never have imagined how enriching this path would become. I invite you to hear the inspiring journeys of 3 Yoga Moves MS students, Adam, Vina, and Liz. You will learn of their resilience amid pain, of their joy in being members of this mighty group, and of their courage to show up and look for the good in the face of adversity. They are the pillars of hope, healing, strength, compassion, and possibility. Many of you know that Yoga Moves MS provides adaptive yoga and learning opportunities for individuals impacted by MS. But what you might not know is our secret to success. Our jewel in the lotus blossom is our students' own ability to cultivate beauty while living with MS. At any given moment, a Yoga Moves member receives and gives support to another member of the community.
I just try to take each day step by step and think about, okay, how can I make this good? I will be the best chair dancer there is, so I try to focus on what's there and not think about the past.
That's how I work. If I set my mind to something, that's it. Like, it's gonna happen.
So when I send a text like good morning or hope you have a great weekend, that sort of thing, it makes me smile to think that maybe they smiled reading that.
I was diagnosed with MS about 2 years ago, June 17th, 2019. I'll never forget that date because it changed everything for me.
I was diagnosed in 2011, December, about 10 years ago.
I was diagnosed back in '91.
I went from walking to not walking in 5 months.
I was a girl who could remember everything, and suddenly I couldn't remember.
I started having some difficulties with my legs walking. I now use a wheelchair out in the community or long distance, as well as I have an electric scooter.
I noticed when I was working, I would be walking in and out of the shop and I would have to start touching the trucks a lot just because I felt like I was leaning towards something.
I was trained as a physician. I stopped doing that because of cognitive issues. I also used to be a dancer. I love dancing. Can't really do that anymore.
This MS is not very fun. It doesn't happen often, but at times I do cry.
I had to get through what I've called it was a grieving process. I had to go through the grieving process of my own life. Like, I lost everything that I had known before.
I've had MS for about 9 years, and everything was going steady, but then it was a sudden progression. Like, really fast. I couldn't walk very well at all. My balance was getting worse. My incontinence was getting worse. I didn't realize how hard it would be.
I found out about Yoga Moves from my physical therapist at U of M. Jess is like, hey, this might help you. She gave it to me. And I just put it up on my little whiteboard for a while and didn't do much with it because I wasn't there yet. I wasn't ready for that yet. So it was up there for a couple weeks, and then I just decided, you know what? I got nothing to lose.
My neurologist had recommended it a couple years ago. Before I really had very many symptoms, I thought, there is no way this body is doing yoga. There is no way. And then a couple years ago, the PT that I worked with suggested it, specifically with Yoga Moves MS. So I thought I'd go and give it a try, and I did, and then I was hooked from then on.
I was so sleepy right before that. Like, anytime you would say something, I would start falling asleep. And then she put me in this pose. And suddenly I came out after like 5-10 minutes and I felt re-energized. I was amazed at how that happened.
I hopped on there one day and everyone was super welcoming. And so I started doing it, and it helped immensely.
It wasn't necessarily the yoga, but it was the people. They were all super positive, and in my mind, getting out there and getting things done, getting life done, not just sitting home because you have MS. You're still out in the community, you're still out trying to get healthy. The yoga itself, I was surprised that I could do as much as I could, especially with the modifications as well as the assistance from the instructors that are trained very well and have a lot of experience with people with MS.
Yoga helps a lot. It helps in many different aspects. One with stretching your muscles. Like I use the breathing a lot. So I feel like it helps in many aspects.
Doing all those twists and side bends were great for me. Like that's probably one of my favorite things to do, just to try to loosen that up. And I know I'll probably do it multiple times sitting here. I always will just do this just to try to soften it up some. But those are huge. And the community itself was just great. It just opened up a whole different world for me. People, like-minded people going through the same things, because it's what we need.
It has impacted me greatly, physically, but most importantly, emotionally, because it's like a community of people kind of in the same boat. We all are a little bit different, but we all understand that we have good days and not so good days.
February of this year, I just decided that I was gonna go on a road trip, a solo road trip out to Montana to actually get a tattoo done. Now that I was able to drive again, I was gonna do it. So I left, and it just turned into so much more. It was soul cleansing just to be out there on my own. I was doing like marches as I was driving, just to like keep them moving a little bit, just keep them moving somewhat.
I just try to focus on what is good that day, or what can I do that makes me happy that day. Something as simple as, I love the color yellow, so I got a yellow quilt for my bed. Just find other ways to find happiness or joy in the moment or the day.
So my husband puts alarms on my phone every 2 hours to do exercises. Because I forget otherwise. My fatigue has improved. I think I'm getting stronger day by day. I haven't read a book in maybe 10 years because of being sleepy or can't concentrate. And I was finally able to read a 300-page book, so I was so happy.
Parents have been great. I had to move back in with them. My mom drove me to every appointment that I had until I could drive again.
I don't know what I would do without Harold, my boyfriend, who I live with, and he has made living with some difficulties so much easier.
He is so important, my husband. I don't know what I would do without him. Every little thing he does for me is so good. And also this one.
Our relationships are woven into a resilient web. We are interconnected and we help each other grow. You've heard our inspiring students tell their powerful stories of Vina, Liz, and Adam, their quest for living, their indomitable spirit. Now, please join us. Come be a member of the Yoga Moves MS community and create your story. Thank you, Dr. Bieber, for staying on and watching the video. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank
we
you for
just
inviting
love
me,
our
Lindsay.
students. And
enjoy the rest of your weekend, everyone.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your family and your weekend.